Dear Lord, we thank you for the gift of life today. You allow us to have another day to praise you and see your glory. Thank you for the love and protection, especially this time of pandemic. Bless us, Father, with your wisdom as we begin our class. Help us to focus our hearts and minds on what we are about to learn. Inspire us by your Holy Spirit as we think and listen. Guide us by your eternal light as we discover more about the world around us. Lord, we thank you and let your will be done in our lives. We ask all this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Di nagtatapos sa apat na sulok ng kwartong ito ang kwentong Top Rank. Mag-aaral, magsasaya, at higit sa lahat, magtatap sa board exam. Dahil sa Top Rank, pamilya kami.
So always remember, ang dami yung opportunities, okay? What we offer in Asian is, you tell us what to do, and we will make it happen for you.
Don't ever let somebody tell you that you can't do something. Not even me. You gotta dream, you gotta protect it. You want something, go get it. Here.
Be confident. You have that knowledge. Later on, ang tanging hihilingin mo na lang ay enlightenment.
Congratulations, top rank RNs.
Top rankers, congratulations. Kino-congratulate ko na kayo lahat kasi alam ko mapapasa niyo lahat yan dyan sa board exam na yan. And not only just pass it, but really with flying colors.
Umalis ka naman ng maaga, kala ko araw ay sirada.
Hi, we're the ones and we're wishing you good luck sa inyong exam. Alam kong lahat ng hard work nyo ay magpipay off at sana lahat ng nalilin nyo ay maalala nyo. At ngayon pa lang, kino-congratulate na namin kayo. Congratulations dahil alam ko na kayo ay papasa at mapapabilang kayo sa mga top notchers this year. So congratulations in advance, top rank RNs.
Our first runners-up. The world is full of successful failures. Many of the most successful people overcome setbacks and disappointments to reach the top. Be the tenacious and the old-fashioned alchemist who turned metal into gold. Success is a state of mind. Always tell yourself, I can get through this. I will get through this. I must get through this. Saturday is your big day. Don't lose your chance. Live that day as if it were your last day. Your time is limited. Do not waste it living someone else's life. Know what you want in life. Define your own success and stop at nothing to achieve it. Don't ever let somebody tell you that you can do something. Not even me. You got a dream, you got to protect it. You want something, don't get it. Period. What is your goal, class?
Of different schools we start, of a single name in a part. The clash of battle is sweet to hear. Right now when the victory is near, excellence is our only standard to outshine the rest. With a great mind and compassionate heart, trained us to be the best we can be. All that we learned at Top Rock Review Academy, we shout with pride and heads up high as victors our dreams shall soar to the sky. The trained us to be the best we can be. Soar to the sky. We learned that you want to Top Rock Review Academy. Soar to the sky.
I hope you're throwing a party. I hope you're feeling yourself. I know it won't, but the icing on your cake should say 26 going on 12. Round of applause. You got what you want. You broke my fucking heart. You tore my world apart. Went so low I didn't know that you were capable of that. So here's to all the times you made me wanna cry. Got your way so celebrate it, pat yourself on the back. Baby, congrats. Congrats. I hope you're popping some bottles. I hope you're out on the town. If I were you, I'd be watching what I say, 'cause what goes around comes back around. You lie through your teeth. Tell me, how do you sleep? Knowing you broke my fucking heart. You tore my world apart. Went so low I didn't you got, it really is. 'Cause you broke my fucking heart. You tore my world apart. Went so low I didn't know that you were capable of that. So here's to all the times you made me wanna cry. Got your way so celebrated, pat yourself on the back. Baby, congrats. Congrats. You hurt me bad. Baby, congrats.
Don't blame me, love made me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Lord save me, my drug is my baby. I'd be using for the rest of my life. I've been breaking hearts a long time and toying with them older guys just to play things for me to use. Something happened for the first time in the darkest little paradise, shaking, pacing. I just need you. For you, I would cross the line. I would waste my time. I would lose my mind. They say she's gone too far this time. Don't blame me, love made me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Lord save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. Don't blame me, love made me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Oh, Lord save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. My name is whatever you decide, and I'm just gonna call you mine. I'm insane, but I'm your baby. Your baby. Echoes, echoes of your name inside my mind. Halo, hiding my obsession. I once was poison ivy, but now I'm your daisy. And baby, for you I would fall from grace just to touch your face. If you walk away, I'd beg you on my knees to stay. Don't blame me, love made me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Lord save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. Don't blame me, love made me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Oh, Lord save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. I get so high, oh, every time you're loving me, you're loving me. Trip of my life, oh, every time you're touching me, you're touching me. Every time you're loving me. Oh, Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. Using for the rest of my life. Oh. Don't blame me, love made me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Doing it right. Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. Oh. Don't blame me, love made me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. You ain't doing it. Oh, Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. Yeah, cause girls is players too. Yeah, yeah, cause girls is players too. Keep it playing, baby. Cause girls is players too. Bitches getting money all around the world, cause girls is players too. What you know about living on the top? Penthouse suites, looking down on the ops. Took her for a test drive, left them on the lot. Time is money, so I spend it on a watch. Hold on, little titty showing through the white tee. You can see the thong busting on my tight jeans. Okay, rocks on my fingers like a nigga wife me. Got another shorty, she ain't nothing like me. Yeah, about to catch another fight. Yeah, the apple bottom make him wanna bite. Yeah, I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold up, if you don't know, now you know. If you broke, then you gotta let him go. You could have anybody, any money, mo. Cause when you a boss, you could do what you want. Yeah, cause girls is players too. Yeah, yeah, cause girls is players too. Keep it playing, baby. Cause girls is players too. Bitches getting money all around the world, cause girls is players too. I go on and on and on again. He blowing on my phone, but I'm ignoring him. He thinking he the one, I got like 4 of him. Yeah, I'm sitting first class like valedictorian. Came a long way from rag to riches. 5-star bitch, yeah, I taste so delicious. Let him lick the plate, yeah, I make him do the dishes. Now he on news 12, cause a bitch went missing. Sheesh, about to catch another fight. Yeah, the apple bottom make him wanna bite. Yeah, I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold up, if you don't know, now you know. If you broke, then you gotta let him go. You could have anybody, any money, mo. Cause when you a boss, you could do what you want. Yeah, cause girls is players too. And it's time that we let them know that girls is players too. Keep it playing, baby. Cause girls is players too. Bitches getting money all around the world, cause girls is players too.
Memories follow me left and right. I can feel you over here, I can feel you over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now? Ever since the day you went away, no, I don't know how to erase your body from out my brain. What you gonna do now? Maybe I should just focus on me instead. All I think about are the nights we were tangled up in your bed. Oh no. Since the day you went away, so tell me how much more do I gotta drink for the pain? You did things to me that I just can't forget. I think about all the nights we were tangled up in your bed. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. You're going round in circles, got you stuck up in my head. Yeah, memories follow me. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do? Your love stays with me day and night. I can feel you over here, I can feel you over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now? I can feel you over here, I can feel you over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now?
First, and you are my universe, and I
was a paradise they couldn't capture. That bright infinity inside your eyes. 매일 밤 내게 날아가 꿈이란 것도 잊은 채 나 웃으며 너를 만나. Never ending forever, baby. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and you make my whole light up inside. 어둠이 내게 한데 변했었지. 길어진 그림자 속에서. And they said that we can't be together because we come from different sides. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and you make my whole light up inside. My universe, my universe. 나를 밝혀주는 건 너란 사랑으로 수놓아진 별. 내 우주에 넌 또 다른 세상을 만들어주는 걸. 너는 내 별이자 나의 호주니까. 지금의 시련도 결국엔 잠시니까. 너는 언제까지나 지금처럼 밝게만 빛나줘. 우리는 너를 따라 이긴 밤을 수놓아. 너와 함께 날아가. When I'm without you I'm crazy. 자 어서 내 손을 잡아. We are made of each other, baby. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and you make my whole light up inside. My universe, my universe, my universe. Yeah. Okay. One. 'Cause I'm in the stars tonight. So watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Shoes on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll. Kink out, kick the drum, rolling on like a rolling stone. Sing song when I'm walking home, jump up to the top of the brown. Ding dong, call me on my phone, nice tea and I'll get my ping pong. This is getting heavy, can't hear the bass, boom, I'm ready. Life is sweet as honey, yeah, this beat chain like money. This go overload, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm diamond, you know I glow up. Hey, so let's go. 'Cause I'm in the stars tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Hey, shining through the city with a little funky soul. So when the light
know that you will. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same. Go home, get headlines, feed internet. I don't wanna talk about the way that it was. Leave America, 2 kids follow her. I don't wanna talk about us doing it first. As it was. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was.
Take a look inside your heart. Is there any room for me? I won't have to hold my breath till you get down on one knee, because you only want to hold me when I'm looking good enough. Did you ever fool me? Would you ever picture us? Every time I pull my hair, was only out of fear that you'll find me ugly and one day you'll disappear. Cause what's the point of crying? It was never even enough. Did you ever want me? Was I ever good enough? But boys are liar, but boys are liar. He doesn't see her. You're not looking at me, boy. But boys are liar, but boys are liar. He doesn't see her. You're not looking at me, boy. Good enough, good enough, good enough,
He say that I'm good enough, got him out there. Think about shit that I shouldn't know. So I tell him it's one of me. He making fun of me. His girl is a bum to me. Like that boy is a cap. Saying he home, but I know where he at. Like, bet he blowing her back. Think about me, cause he know that it's fat. And it been what it been. Calling his phone like he'll send me a pin. Ducking my shit cause he know what I'm on. But when he hit me, I'm not gonna respond. But I don't sleep enough without you. And I can't eat enough without you. If you don't speak, does that mean we're through? Don't like sneaky shit that you do.
but boys are liar, but boys are liar. He doesn't see her. You're not looking at me, boy. But boys are liar, but boys are liar. He doesn't see her. You're not looking at me, boy. Good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough. You be the cash, I'll be the rubber band. You be the match, I will be the fuse. Boom, painter, baby, you could be the muse. I'm the reporter, baby, you could be the news. Cause you a cigarette, and I'm a smoker. We raise a bet, cause you the joker. Check talk, you are a chalk. And I could be the blackboard, you could be the talk. And I could be the wall, even when the sky comes falling. Even when the sun don't shine. I got faith in your eyes, but you put a little hand in mine. Even when we're down to the wire, babe. Even when it's do or die. But we could do it, baby, simple and plain. Cause this love is a sure thing.
Never gonna sweat that. You can back that, never gonna sweat that. You can back that, never gonna sweat that. You can back that, never gonna sweat
You be the cash, I'll be the rubber band. You be the match, I will be the fuse. Boom, painter, baby, you could be the muse. I'm the reporter, baby, you could be the news. Cause you a cigarette, and I'm a smoker. We raise a bet, cause you the joker. Check talk, you are a chalk. And I could be the blackboard, you could be the talk. And I could be the wall, even when the sky comes falling. Even when the sun don't shine.
sweat that. You can back that, never gonna sweat that. You can back that, never gonna sweat that.
Kiss me dangerous. Been so lost without you all around me. Get anxious. Leave me. Don't look back, it's all about you. In the dark right now. Feeling lost, but I like it. Comfort in my sins and all about me. All I got right now. Feel a taste of resentment. Simmer in my skin, it's all about blood stain on my shirt, new bitch on my nerves. Oh, nigga got curved, going back on my word. Damn, bitch, you so thirsty. Still don't know my words, still stressing perfection. Let you all in my mental, got me looking too desperate. Damn, you ain't deserve. Broad day, sunshine, I found a way to fuck it up. Still can't cry about the shit that I can change. Just my mind, gotta get out of here. Tough crowd, I hate it, can't stay. In the dark right now, feeling lost but I like it. Comfort in my sins and all about me. All I got right now, feel a taste of resentment. Simmer in my skin, it's all about blood stain on my shirt, new bitch on my nerves. Oh, nigga got curved, going back on my word. Damn, bitch, you so thirsty. Still don't know my words, still stressing perfection. Let you all in my mental, got me looking too desperate. Damn, is it what you say and how you do me? I'm supposed to trust, baby, supposed to love, and you're supposed to hurt this way. All I need is the best of you. Baby, all I got to say, give me all of you. In the dark right now, feeling lost but I like it. Comfort in my sins and all about me. All I got right now, feel a taste of resentment. Simmer in my skin, it's all about blood stain on my shirt, new bitch on my nerves. Oh, nigga got curved, going back on my word. Damn, bitch, you so thirsty. Still don't know my words, still stressing perfection. Let you all in my mental, got me looking too desperate. Damn, you ain't deserve. Take a look inside your heart. Is there any room for me? I won't have. I have this thing where I get older, but just never wiser. Midnights become my afternoons. When my depression works the graveyard shift, all of the people I've ghosted stand there in the room. I should not be left to my own devices. They come with prices and vices. I end up in crisis. All this time, I wake up screaming from dreaming. One day I'll watch as you're leaving, 'cause you got tired of my scheming. For the last time, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me. At tea time, everybody agrees. I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. Sometimes I feel like everybody is a sexy baby, and I'm a monster on the hill. Too big to hang out, slowly lurching toward your favorite city. Pierced through the heart, but never killed. Did you hear my covert narcissism? Like disguise as altruism, like some kind of consciousness. All this time, I wake up screaming from dreaming. One day I'll watch as you're leaving, and life will lose all its meaning. exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. I have this dream, my daughter-in-law kills me for the money. She thinks I left them in the will. The family gathers around and reads it, and then someone screams out, she's laughing up at us from hell. It's me, I am the problem, it's me, I am the problem, it's me, hi. Everybody agrees, everybody agrees. It's me, hi, I'm the problem, it's me, I'm the problem, it's me, times, everybody agrees, I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero.
Finding ways to articulate the feeling I'm going through. I just can't say I don't love you, 'cause I love you. Yeah, it's hard for me to communicate the thoughts that I hold, but tonight I'm gonna let you know. Let me tell the truth. Baby, let me tell the truth. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. You're scared to be lonely, especially in the night. I'm scared that I'll miss you. Happens every time. I don't want this feeling. I can't afford love. I try to find reason to pull us apart. It ain't working 'cause you're perfect, and I know that you're worth it. I can't walk away. Even though we're going through it and it makes you feel alone, just know that I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. The distance and the time between us, it'll never change my mind. 'Cause baby, I would die for you. I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah.
I'm finding ways to stay concentrated on what I gotta do. Baby, boy, it's so hard on you. And yes, I'm blaming you. And you know I can't fake it now or never. And you insinuating that you think we might be better me and you. Yeah, I know you do. You know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. It ain't working 'cause you're perfect, and I know you deserve it. I can't walk away. Even though we're going through it and it makes you feel alone, just know that I would die for you. I would die for you.
Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. The distance and the time between us, it'll never change my mind. 'Cause baby, I would die for you.
I would die for you.
Baby, I would die for you.
I would die.
Yeah.
We will start in a few minutes sa atin. Hintayin lang natin iba. 2:49 pa lang kayo. Sige po, kindly turn on your cams. Pakibukas mo ng mga kamera. Sige. So, good morning, everybody. Sige, let's continue now with our discussion. So again, nurses, the next topic that we have is all about research. Sige, matanong ko, sino po sa inyo dito nag-enjoy mag-research? Sino dito nag-enjoy? May mga autistic bang nag-enjoy? Diyos ko, mukhang wala. Oh, nurses. So the nurses, the problem is nurses. Research nurse is one of, nurse, most of you, if I'm not nurses mistaken, napilitan lang mag-research. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. Why? Dahil kung hindi ka magre-research, hindi ka gagraduate. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. Pustahan tayo, nurses. Wala ka ding masyadong natandaan. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. But again, nurses, sabi nga natin, nurse, we have to do research because again, we want nurses to gain new knowledge. Do you agree? We're doing research because we want to gain new knowledge. Do you agree? You want to discover new things. Tama ba? Yes, but the problem is, when you were in high school, when you were in grade school, wala naman talagang research. Tama po ba? Yes or no? Yes, I hope we're on the same foot ha, if I'm talking about research. Ito pong research na pinag-uusapan natin, ito po yung ginawa nyo. Nung high school ka, nung third year ka, fourth year ka. Hindi po ito, yung pupunta ka ng library, tapos nagbuklat ka ng libro, tapos sinabi mo nag-research ka. Iba yon, nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Now, since the problem is, wala namang nurses, research nung high school, grade school. Anong ginagawa natin nun? So that we can gain new knowledge. So that we can discover new things. Anong ginagawa natin nung high school, nurses, nung grade school? So that we can make discoveries. Anong ginagawa natin nun? Very good. We usually conduct what we call a short experiment. At ang tanong, anong method ang ginagamit natin sa experiment? Anong method ang ginagamit natin sa experiment? Scientific method. Now, question now is, nurses, is scientific method different from research? Yes or no? Is scientific method different from research? Yes or no? Yes, nurses. Again, utilize your chat box. Nurses, ayoko magalit, ha? Ayoko magalit. Sabi ko sa inyo, pag nagalit ako, lalayas ako. Ginawa ko na yan dun sa isang section. Huwag niyo po akong galitin. Sabi ko, walang problemang magkamali. Do you agree? In the review, okay lang ba magkamali? Yes! Saan bawal magkamali? Saan bawal magkamali? Sa board. Kaya nga di ba sabi ko dito pa lang sa review, ubusin mo na lahat ng pagkakamali mo. Dito sa review, sagot lang ng sagot. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Hindi ako magagalit pag mali ka. Pinagtatawanan lang natin yung pagkakamali mo. We just laugh at your mistake, but we'll learn from it. Do you agree, yes or no? Do you agree? Yes. So okay lang, sagot lang ng sagot. O question, nurses, is there a difference between nurses' scientific method and your research? Yes or no? Yes. Why? Because if we're talking about scientific method, nurse, scientific method is the informal way. Again, this is the informal way to discover new things. Again, this is the informal way to discover new things. Again, informal way to discover new things. Now, bakit sinasabing informal? nurses. Because if you're going to remember your experiment only involved 5 steps. There are only 5 steps nursing your experiment. This only includes nurses, problem identification, formulation of your hypothesis, gathering of data, analysis, conclusion, tapos ang experiment mo. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. Question. Can you finish your experiment in just a couple of hours? Can you finish your experiment in just a couple of hours? Yes! Ilang oras lang naman yung laboratory nyo eh. Do you agree? So again, can you finish your experiment in just a couple of hours? Yes! Ang pinakamatagal na dyan, nurses, days. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes! Can you finish your experiment inside the laboratory? Can you finish your experiment inside the laboratory? Yes! Can you even bring your experiment at home? Yes, so that is how nurses' informal scientific method is. Not unlike your research. Research daw, nurse, is said to be more formal. Again, research is said to be more formal, intensive. This is said to be more formal, intensive, and comprehensive method for the discovery of new knowledge. Again, this is said to be more formal, intensive, and comprehensive method for the discovery of new knowledge. Again, more formal, intensive, and comprehensive method for the discovery of new knowledge. Now, bakit sinasabing more formal? Bakit sinasabing intensive? Bakit sinasabing comprehensive? Now, just like your experiment nurse, just like your nurse's experiment, scientific method, your research also involve 5 steps. There are also 5 steps, nurse, in your nurse's research, but these are said to be the 5 major steps of your research process. Huwag mo muna isulat. Bibigay ko din po yan mamaya. Okay, so there are 5 major steps nursing your research process. This includes phase 1, your conceptual phase. Phase 2 is your design and planning. Phase 3 is your empirical. Phase 4 is the analytic. And phase 5 is your disseminating. But question is, within these 5 major steps, are there minor steps within them? Yes or no? Are there minor steps within them? Yes. So how far can you go with the research process? You can go, nurses, as far as 18 steps in research. So question, if you can go as far as 18 steps, is it more intensive? Yes. Is it more comprehensive? Yes. Question, can you finish your research in just a couple of hours? No. Can you finish it in just a couple of days? No. Can you finish it in just a couple of weeks? Nakatulad ng ginawa mo, kilala kitang hayop ka. Or usually, research can be finished in months or even years. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. O question, can you finish your research inside the laboratory? No. Can you finish it just at home? No. Do you really need to explore? Yes. So that is how intensive and comprehensive research is. Now question, in nursing, do we do research? Yes. Now always remember, when it comes to nursing, there are nurses 2 kinds of research that we do in nursing. And what are these 2 kinds of research? One nurses is what we call your nursing research. And the other one is what we call your research in nursing. Again, there are 2 kinds of research that we do nurses in nursing. One is what we call your nursing research, and the other one is what we call your research in nursing. Now, what is nursing research? Let's start with nursing research. Pag sinabi natin nursing research deals with clinical problems. Again, nursing research nurses deals with clinical problems. So meaning, these are the problems, nurse, that you've encountered in the clinical area during the course of your duty. So nakita mong problema, gusto mo siyang pag-aralan, then that is what we call a nursing research. What about research in nursing? Pag sinabi naman natin research, so ulitin natin, in nursing research, anong focus? Clinical. Ulitin natin, nursing research, anong focus? Clinical. Isa ba, nursing research, anong focus? Clinical. Tandaan mo yan ha. Now, what about research in nursing? Research in nursing naman, nurses. Nurses is a more broader study. Again, research in nursing is a more broader study. This is a more broader study of nursing and the profession. Again, this is a more broader study of nursing and the profession. More broader study of nursing and the profession. Pag sinabi kong more broad, more broad, more broad, ibig sabihin, mas malawak ba siya? Yes. Bakit? Because research in nursing naman, nurse, deals more on issues. So this one, nurses, deals more on issues. This deals more on issues. Issues, nurse, that could affect the nursing profession. So these are issues, nurse, that could affect the nursing profession. Question. Nurses, so pwede ba itong ethical issue? Yes. So it could be ethical issue, historical issue, professional issue, social issue, educational issue, any issue that could affect the nursing profession. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag tayo. Yes. So itin natin. Pag sinabi natin nursing research, anong focus? Clinical. Research in nursing? Research in nursing, issues. O question now is, between the two, anong mas madalas nating ginagawa? Nursing research o research in nursing? Between the two, anong madalas nating ginagawa? Nursing research or research in nursing? Nursing research. Why? Because most of the time, nurse, we deal with clinical problems. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Yes, nagkakaintindihan tayo. Maliwanag. So, itin natin. Pag sinabi natin nursing research, anong focus? Clinical. Research in nursing? Issues. Between the two, anong mas madalas natin ginagawa? Nursing research. Because most of the time, we deal with clinical problems. Nagkakaintindihan ba? O, ulitin ko ha. Itong nurses na i-discuss natin ngayon, basic concept ulit to. Basic, basic, basic. Utang na loob, nakikiusap po ako. Ang basic ay wag na wag mong kakalimutan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Yes. So wag na wag mo itong kakalimutan. Maliwanag. Bakit? Babalikan ulit natin to. Nakikita nyo naman, di ba? As we go along with the discussion, our concepts are always interrelated. Do you agree? Yes. So ulitin natin. Again, pag sinabi natin nursing research, clinical, research in nursing, issues. Ulitin natin between the two. Ano mas madalas natin ginagawa? Nursing research or research in nursing? Nursing research. Now, I will now give you a title, nurse. Then try to tell me whether that is a nursing research or a research in nursing. Okay lang ba? Yes. For example, care of a diabetic foot. Again, care of a diabetic foot. Nursing research or research in nursing? Nursing research. Bakit? Bakit? Clinical. Nagkakaintindihan. Pero kung halimbawa nakasulat, the new BSN curriculum, nursing research or research in nursing? Research in nursing. Bakit? Bakit? Issues. Question. Is it an educational issue? Yes. Can it affect the nursing profession? Yes, nagkakaintindihan. Maliwanag na tayo. Maliwanag. Yes. Now, my next question is, are there also times, nurse, that when it comes to research, nurses, the purpose why we're doing the research is because we wanted to, nurses, use whatever result of that research in our practice? Yes or no? Yes, nurses. And if that happens, nurse, that is now what we call as the evidence-based practice. If that happens, that is now what we call as the evidence-based practice. Now, what is evidence-based practice, nurse? Pag sinabi nating evidence-based practice, this is the use. This is, nurses, the use of the current. Again, this is the use of the current best evidence. Again, this is the use of the current best evidence. Again, this is the use of the current best evidence. So pag tinanong ka sa board exam, what do you call if you use the current best evidence in practice? Again, pag tinanong ko sa board, what do you call if you use the current best evidence in practice? Evidence-based practice. Ang problema, hindi yon ang lumalabas sa board exam. Anong lumalabas sa board? Question, if we're talking about current nurse, is current nurse the same as latest? Yes. Is evidence nurse the same as findings? Yes. Yes. So anong lumalabas sa board exam? Pag tinanong ka sa board, what do you call if you use the latest findings in practice? Evidence-based practice. So itinatawag tinanong ka sa board, what do you call if you use the latest findings in practice? Evidence-based practice. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Now, very good example of evidence-based practice, itong pandemic. Itong pandemic, maraming related sa research. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Yes, very good example, nurse. Itong pandemic, remember, itong pandemic, nurses, naalala nyo ba, nurses, lalo na nung surge, ang pandemic? Naalala ba? Yes. Now, nurses, even up to now, I don't know if you would agree with me, pero hanggang ngayon, wala bang gamot ang COVID? Do you agree? Yes, wala ba rin gamot? But there are what we call experimental drugs. Do you agree? Yes, yan sila ivermectin, sila tocilizumab, nurses, sila flumucil, corticosteroids, etc. Nurse, so there were experimental drugs. Now, question is, so in short, before the COVID, hindi naman talaga ito gamot sa COVID. Iba ang gamot nito. These are other antiviral drugs. Pero question is, ginamit ba siya, nurses, as cure for COVID? Yes or no? Yes. Why? Because there are evidence, there are findings, there are proof that this medication can actually alleviate the symptoms of COVID. Do you agree? Yes. That is the reason why. That is the reason why, nurse, ivermectin was never accepted as an experimental drug. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. Naalala niyo pa nung nauso ang ivermectin? Naalala niyo pa ba? Yes. Di ba naging hype pa to? Naging hype pa to eh. Back in 2021. Nurses, March of 2021, March, April, naging hype pa to. Nurse, pati nurses, mga politiko, ini-endorse to. Di ba si Persida Acosta? Diyos ko, nakakaloka. Si Persida Acosta, siya yung head ng PAW. Nurse, lahat ng mga nurses, PAW lawyer niya, doon sa main nurses, doon sa main branch, nurse, binibigyan ng ivermectin. Nakakaloka. Diyos ko, nurse, at even politicians at that time sa Manila, di ba nauso to? Pinamimigay pa ng politiko, nurses, and some people, nurses, are even using these nurses as a prophylaxis Diyos ko, Lord! Nurse, panghayop, binigay mo sa tao. Diyos ko po, Lord. Nurses, pero nurse, naging hype to. Nurses, but always remember, this was never accepted as an experimental drug. Why? Because there are no proof, there are no evidence, there are no findings that ivermectin can actually alleviate the symptoms of COVID. Nurses, I myself can attest to that. I myself can attest to that. Why? Because of course, our family, o yung mga hindi dyan nagka-COVID, swerte kang hayop ka. O baka hindi ka lang nagpa-check, buisit ka. Kasi naniniwala ako, majority ng population sa Pilipinas nagka-COVID. Diyos ko, Lord, o nurses. Now, our family also fell victim of COVID. Akala namin makakaiwas kami dito eh. But nurses, we also fell victim of COVID. Nurses, nakailang COVID din kami sa family namin. Now, nurses, konti lang po kami magkakapatid eh. Konti lang po kami magkakapatid. Wala pong kalibog-libog ang nanay at tatay ko. 6 lang po kami. Shit. 6 kami. Panganay ba ako? Hayop yan. Nagkakaintindihan. So nurses, 6 kami. Ang sumunod sa akin, si Aubrey. Yung kapatid kong reporter, si Aubrey Carampel. Pangatlo, nurses, he's a businessman. Ang napangasawa naman niya is pure Chinese. Yung hipag ko is a pure Chinese. Although she was already born here in the Philippines. But her parents and nurses, yung lineage niya is really nurses pure Chinese. So 100% Chinese siya. Kasi yung mga magulang niya 100% Chinese din. Now nurses, ang business nila is more of car wash. Yung kapatid kong lalaki, car wash. Pero, hindi po siya yung normal na car wash. Napupunta lang yung kotse mo maglilinis. Hindi. Marami pong services yung car wash ng kapatid ko. They do nurses auto detailing, they do ceramic coating, tint, film yung kino-coat ng film yung nurses kotse mo kung gusto mo ibang kulay. They do nurses car repair, nurses. And most of the time, ang pumapasok ng kotse sa kapatid ko, lalo na dun sa isang branch niya, mga high-end na kotse. Mga high-end na kotse. Ferrari, nurses, Puzo, nurses. So mga high-end, Jaguar, mga ganun yung pumapasok sa mga, and he has 6 branches. He has 6 branches already. He's still open for franchising. Nagpa-franchise na kasi siya ngayon eh. Yung hipag ko naman, nurses na in-check. Ang business naman niya, laundry. Okay? So right now, she has 4 branches of her laundry. So alam niyo na, nurses, yung tinapon sa laundry, binibigay sa car wash. Charot! Charot! Di ganon! Hindi ganon, hayop ka. O nurses, pero yun yung business silang dalawa. So both of them are business persons. Now, yung pang-apat kong kapatid, he's a military. He's a military. He's a major right now. Major siya. He graduated PMA, cum laude. Ito nga ngayon, papunta siyang US ngayon eh. So I have to find dollars pa because I do not have on hand dollars. Papunta kasi siyang US. Papadala siya ng AFP ng US ngayon. A-attend lang ng anniversary ng Death March. Kakaloka! Yung Bataan Death March, meron daw sila dong walk ng 21 kilometers sa New Mexico. So attend siya. Siya yung attend dun sa office nila. Anyway, nurses. So, ang napangasawa naman ng kapatid ko is a politician, Inagusan. Line of politician. Clan of politician, Inagusan. Yung mga plaza. So nurses, yun naman ang pangasawa ng kapatid ko. Yung pang-5 kong kapatid, she is a software engineer in Japan. She graduated nurses UP, Diliman cum laude, Comsci. Nurses, after nurses her graduation, immediately she went to Japan to be a software engineer. She's been there since 2008. So 2008 pa po siya nandoon. Umuwi lang siya usually during Christmas. Yung pang-6 kong kapatid, she is a doctor, nurses. She graduated elementary valedictorian. She graduated high school, Philippine Science High School. She graduated nurses UP, Diliman, BS Bio, cum laude, and then she graduated nurses, her doctor nurses, her med course at UP, PGH. Pero, hindi po nurses, intermed ang course niya. Ang course niya sa UP is med PhD. Med PhD. Bago nurses ikaw maging med PhD, nurses, bago maging med PhD ka sa UP, you have to nurses again. You have to pass first the med examination sa UP. And from those passers ng med, pumipili lang po doon ng 10 people, nurses, nationwide are only allowed to take the med PhD. So yung kapatid kong bunso, she's one of the few people who were able to take the med PhD course. So nurses, she already graduated nurses ng med niya. Right now, she's still doing her dissertation para matapos yung PhD niya. So pag nurses natapos niya yung med PhD, she's not just a doctor, she's called a scientist. Scientist ang datingan niya. O di ba? Ang bobo po naming lahat. Nakakaloka. Nakakaloka. Anyhow, nurses. So it all started out, nurses, nung time ng 2021. So ito na kasi noong 2021. I was still nurses, tawag na employee of the Department of National Defense. Noong time na yun, nasa government ba ako? I worked nurses as Executive Assistant 3 of the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Strategic Assessments and International Affairs. Now, I am the only lawyer doon nurses office ko. And my work, dahil international affairs to, ako yung, although maraming lawyer sa DND, sa defense, maraming lawyer, may legal affairs kami na opisina. Pero doon sa mismong office ko, ako lang ang abogado. At ang trabaho ko doon is to review nurses international agreements. I review, I draft, I negotiate. Okay? So ako nurses, yung mga ano ninyo, yung mga ano natin, treaty, yung mga nurses international agreements with our foreign partners, ako yung nakikipag-negotiate. Ako nurses, di ba nagkaroon ng problema dati yung VFA natin, visiting forces, muntik na itong ma-terminate. So the nurses in the defense, one of the persons kasama po sa negotiation nun ay ako. Kasi nurses international agreements kami. Kaya nurses, ako din yung pinapadala din dati sa US, nung office, para makipag-negotiate din sa Department of Defense sa US. Kasi hawak ko usually yung US desk. Okay? So yung US desk ang hawak mo nun. So in short, nurses, so nung nasa DND ako, nung time na nagkaroon ng vaccine ang Pilipinas, naalala nyo pa ba? Yung first dose natin ng vaccine. Naalala pa ba natin? So that was in March of 2021. Yan yung first rollout natin ng vaccine. Pero nurses, remember, nung time na yon, ang first na binigyan ng vaccine, may prioritization tayo eh. Ang first na binigyan ng vaccine nun, are nurses A1. Do you agree? Yes, frontliner ang una nun. So tayong mga nurses, ordinaryong mamamayan, wala tayong karapatang mabigyan ng bakuna nun. Now, so nurses, first vaccine natin, first rollout, Sinovac yan. Okay? So A1 pa lang ang binigyan. Pero nung time na yon, nurses, kami sa DND, may sarili kaming rollout ng vaccine. Kasi nung binigyan ang national ng vaccine, ang nurses government, Ministry of Defense ng China, nagbigay din sa DND. 100,000 of Sinovac vaccine. So nung time na iwan pa lang ang binibigyan, kami sa DND, meron na rin kami. Yun nga lang, nurses. So it's limited nurses to DND personnel. DND proper. Nurses, and yun nga lang doon sa DND proper, konti lang naman kami employees eh. 100,000 yun. Konti lang kami employees. Hindi kasi kasama yung mga bureau namin. Kaya yung mga bureau namin AFP, kasi may sarili din silang rollout. So nurses, pati yung mga dependents namin, nagkaroon ng chance na magkaroon din ng vaccination. So they were also privileged nurses to be given vaccination. Yun nga lang, nurses, hindi lang limited sa dependents, but all members of your household. So lahat ng member ng household mo, pwede. So in short, pati katulong ko, dineclare ko as member of household, pati yung mga kapatid ko, na hindi ko kasama sa bahay. Nurses, dineclare ko as member. Siyempre, ano ba naging abogado ko kung hindi ko sila uutakan? Do you agree? Nurses, so nurses, sinama ko sa declaration. Yun na except yung kapatid ko sa Japan. Siyempre, nasa Japan siya. Alam mo, pauwiin ko pa sa Pilipinas. Nagka-COVID pa siya para lang magkaroon ng vaccine dito. At dito, Sinovac lang tayo. Sa Japan, walang Sinovac, Besh. Pfizer doon, AstraZeneca, Moderna. So, nurses lang pauwiin ko pa siya. So, nurses, so except yun, except din yung kapatid kong doktor. Kaya sa PGH, may sarili silang rollout. Except Aubrey, tsaka yung asawa niya, kasi GMA, may sarili ding rollout. So nurses, ang kasama kong dineclare ko na hindi ko kasama sa bahay. Yung kapatid ko na may asawang in-check, including nurses yung asawa niya. Tsaka yung hipag ko na nurses na asawa ng military. So tapos lahat ng member ko sa household. Mami ko, anak kong panganay, katulong ko. So lahat yan dineclare ko. So we were nurses, also the first people who were vaccinated. So nung na-vaccine na ngayon kami, ito na ngayon. Nurses, ito na ngayon. Nurses, hindi ko nasabi sa kapatid ko na may asawang in-check, na nurses, once you're vaccinated, you're not yet protected. Do you agree? Yes, di ba? Usually take 1 week before the vaccine will take effect. Ito nga yung kapatid kong tatanga-tanga. Diyos ko, Lord. Oh, nurses, hindi ko rin alam, baka mamaya, nurses, ako din yung may kasalanan. Pero ang tanda niya ng hayop siya. Nurses, ito nga yung kapatid ko. Wednesday, nabakunahan kami. Thursday, kinabukasan, pumunta ng car wash niya. Bakit? Apparently, yung mga car wash boys niya, may mga sakit. Besh, utang na loob. Noong mga panahon na yon, pag nagkasakit ka, automatic, ang sakit mo, COVID. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes! So nurses, pumunta ngayon sa car wash niya. Walang mask. Ang hayop. Akala niya yata siya si Iron Man. O nurses. So in short, na-expose dun sa mga tao. Ang pinakamatindi pa niyan. So that was a Thursday. Ang matindi pa niyan, pagdating ng Sabado, nakipag-inuman. O nurses, lahat ng kainuman niya, buwisit yan, nahawa niya. Ang hayop nagkalat pa ng lagim, nurses. So nurses, ito na ngayon, pagdating na ngayon ng Sunday, sumama na yung pakiramdam ng kapatid ko. So nurses, pinatest ko na sila. Nurses, so he tested positive. So pati yung asawa niyang in-check, nag-positive. All members of his household tested positive. So nurses, pati yung dalawang yaya, so may dalawang sing yaya, dalawang sing anak nung kapatid ko. So pati yung dalawang yaya, yung boy, yung driver, nurses, mga kapatid ng kapatid kong in-check, lahat sila nurses positive. So we are very nurses, watchful dun sa family ng kapatid ko. Kasi yung nurses hipag ko, kakapanganak niya lang din nun. So dalawa yung anak niya, yung bunso nilang anak, nurses, mag 1 year old pa lang. So sabi ko, delikado. Delikado kasi COVID, hindi natin alam kung anong effect sa bata. Although in fairness, yung mga bata, parang mas kaya nila yung COVID. Do you agree? Do you agree? Di ba? Parang yung mga bata, pag nagka-COVID, hindi ganun kalala. Wala ka masyadong nabilitahan na bata na namatay dahil sa COVID. Pero anyway, we are very watchful. Kasi nga nurses, may infant kami. So ito na ngayon, nagpa-x-ray na yung hipag ko. Yung x-ray ng hipag ko, medyo hazy na. Pero, isang side lang ng lung, so manageable. So ito nga yung kapatid ko, nurses, na nagkalat ng lagim. Nurses, nagiging nurses, yung parehas niyang lungs, both are already hazy. And medyo nurses, na yung ubo niya, hindi na maganda. So ito na nurses, I decided to bring him now nurses, sa lung center. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyong connection power. Kasi ito yung nagsisimulang tumaas eh. It was March. Ito na nurses nagsisimulang tumaas na naman yung cases. So nurses pagdating doon, so since meron kaming endorsement, so he was nurses easily admitted. Na-admit siya kagad nurses doon sa lung center. Nurses, so dito na. Nurses noong time na yon, kinut down na siya. Yung jugular vein, nag-cut down na. Why? Nurses, kasi hindi pa natin masyado naiintindihan ang COVID doon. Back in 2021. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. So nag-cut down na siya. Bakit? Kasi nakikita ng doktor, parang nagiging toxic na yung dugo niya. Balak, papalitan na. Parang transplant yung gagawin sa kanya. Nurse transplant tuloy. Oh, blood transfusion. Nurses, pero yung parang sa kidney, tawag nito yung parang dialysis. Parang dialysis yung gagawin na sa kanya. Palitan talaga kami ng dugo. Pero nurse, hindi yun natuloy. Hindi yun natuloy. Kasi pagdating niya sa ospital, His condition now, nurses, kasi moderate lang yung COVID niya eh. So moderate lang yung COVID niya. So his condition, immediately nurses, naging okay. Because this time, he was already given nurses experimental drugs. So he was given remdesivir, may corticosteroids, etc. Wala bang tocilizumab nun? Wala bang tocilizumab? Remdesivir ba lang yun? So after 4 days that he was confined, so he was already discharged in the hospital. Mabilis kami. 4 na araw lang na-discharge na siya. Dito namin nalaman na itong kapatid ko, uminom pala ng ivermectin because apparently, itong tita ng hipag kong incheck, nurses, yung tita niyang incheck din, si Atribi. Atribi ang tawag namin, pati hipag ko Atribi ang tawag sa kanya. Kasi Atribidang hayop, nagkakaintindihan. Ito kasing si Atribi, kontraktor ng gobyerno. Kaya malaking contractor din sila eh. Nurses. So malaking contractor din sila. And usually nurses, ang mga project niya nasa Maynila. Di ba sa Maynila noon, sila isko, nurses, mga namimigay ng ivermectin. So ito ngayon nurses si Atribi, nagreseta pala. Nurses, ivermectin. Akalain mo, kontraktor ka, bigla ka naging doktor, hayop ka. Nagkakaintindi ko, hindi mo naman Atribi na talaga. So ito ngayong kapatid ko, nag-take pala ng ivermectin. He was able to take 2 doses before he was confined. So doon ko nalaman. So sabi ngayon ng kapatid ko, kaya daw siyang mabilis na gumaling kasi daw nag-take siya ng ivermectin. So he was claiming that ivermectin was the one that cured him. Sabi ko, no, you cannot claim that ivermectin is the one that cured you because when you were confined, there was already combination of drugs. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes, may combination of drugs na eh. Sabi ko sa kanya, kung ivermectin lang ang tinik mo at naging okay ang condition mo, tatanggapin ko that ivermectin was the one that cured you. But no, there's already combination of drugs. So hindi ngayon nagsalita tong kapatid ko. Akala ko ngayon okay na. Akala ko ngayon okay na. He accepted my reasoning. Eto na, besh! Come August, Delta variant. And remember, Delta variant is one of the deadliest. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. So ito na ngayon pagdating ng Delta variant. August, graduation naman ng kapatid kong doktor. Graduation niya ng nurses, magiging doktor niya, ng med, nurses. So graduation ng kapatid kong doktor, nurses. So nurses, so from her condominium unit in Nurses Manila, because she's renting condominium units Manila sa may Robinson's Place. Nurses, para malapit lang siya sa PGH. From her condominium unit, nurses, umuwi ngayon na siya ng bahay. So that was a Friday. Pero bago siya umuwi ng bahay, pumunta muna siya ng OPD ng PGH. Bakit? Nagpa-flu vaccine. Because that was a recommendation. Do you agree? Recommended yan dati. Aside nurses, doon nurses sa vaccine mo, magpa-flu vaccine ka rin. Para pag nagkasakit ka, alam mo agad na ang sakit mo, COVID, hindi trangkaso. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. So nurses, duman ngayon nurses ng PGH, nagpa-vaccine. Nurses, yun nga lang. Kung hindi ba naman tatanga-tanga din, visit tong kapatid ko, doktor pero tanga. Nurses, pumunta ng OPD, naka-mask naman. Pero ang mask niya, cloth mask. Cloth mask lang. Ang dami daw tao sa OPD noong time na yon. So in short, nurses, lately na lang din namin nalaman. Nurses, umuwi na ngayon siya ng bahay. Pagdating ng Sunday, graduation. Siyempre, graduation niya, everybody nurses, lahat kami, buong family, nandito sa bahay namin. We celebrated her graduation. Nurses, sa bahay namin, nagsamgyup sa bahay kami. Oo, samgyup sa bahay. Kasi bawal lumabas. Sabi ni Kim Chu, may batas, bawal lumabas. Nagkakaintindihan. Nurses, bawal lumabas eh. Ang dami namin mga bata. Ang dami namin kids. May kambal pa akong pamangkin. They were just 4 years old back then. Yung anak ni Aubrey, na bunso, 2 ding anak niya. Yung bunso niya, 2 years old lang. Yung anak niya, 8. Yung kapatid kong in-check, kapatid kong may asawang in-check, may 8 din, may nurses 1 year old. So nurses, so sa bahay lang kami, nagsamgyup kami. So magkakatabing nagluto ngayon nun. Ako, si Aubrey, tapos yung kapatid kong doktor. Nurses, maya-maya, habang nagsasamgyup kami, nag-iho kami. Nurses, ito na, yung kapatid kong doktor, tumutulo yung sipon. Hindi ko naman pinansin. Hindi din namin pinansin. Kasi nurses, yung kapatid kong doktor, may allergic rhinitis. Ako din, may allergic rhinitis din ako eh. Nakikita nyo lang di ako sinisipon ngayon kasi online tayo. Pero kung nurses face-to-face tayo, may allergy ako sa whiteboard marker. Sa whiteboard marker, pag naamoy ko na siya, automatic, tumutulo na yung sipon ko. Pagkatapos ng lecture, automatic wala na rin akong sipon. So meron kaming allergic rhinitis. Allergy talaga is one of the problem of our family. Ako may allergy din ako. Nurses, meron din akong dermatitis. Lahat yan. Nurses na allergy, may skin allergy din ako. Nurses, so lahat. Uso talaga sa family namin allergy. So hindi naman namin pinansin. Kasi nga may allergic rhinitis siya. So nurses, pagkatapos ng dinner namin, laro pa nurses sa mga bata, niyakap pa niya yung mga kambal, etc. So nurses, hindi na pinansin. Nurses, ito na ngayon, besh! Pagdating ng Wednesday, ito ngayon si Aubrey, nag-message sa Viber group namin. Nagtatanong siya, kasi apparently si Aubrey, nagpapaksin ng Sabado. Nagpapaksin din siya ng Sabado, Pfizer. So nagtanong ngayon siya ng nurses Wednesday, okay lang daw ba na nagbabaksin siya ng Sabado, ang side effect ng vaccine, Wednesday niya nararamdaman. Nung araw niya yung nararamdaman. Sabi ko sa kanya, no. Sabi ko hindi. So akong nurse agad ang sumagot. Sabi ko hindi. Kung nagbabaksin ka ng Saturday, dapat ang side effect ng vaccine is immediately after the vaccine or the next day, early morning. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes, sabi ko, kung ngayon mo nararamdaman yan, hindi side effect ng vaccine yan. Sabi ko, COVID yan. So very confident ako, sinabi ko, COVID yan. Eto na ngayon, besh! Sumagot ngayon yung kapatid kong doktor. Sabi nung kapatid kong doktor, masama din daw yung pakiramdam niya. Nilalagnat siya. Besh! Dito ako kinabahan. Bakit? Kasi nasa DND ako noon eh. Pumasok ba ako nung umaga? Alam mo yon, nung umaga okay yung pakiramdam mo. Nung nabasa mo yung message, biglang sumabanda rin yung pakiramdam ko. Biglang nurses naramdaman ko, kumakati na yung lalamunan ko. Ganun yung nangyari sa akin, bes. So sabi ko, shit. Sabi ko ngayon sa kaninang dalawa, magpa-test na ng COVID. So nagpa-RT-PCR. Nurses, pagdating ng gabi, results came out. Both of them were positive. So immediately, I extracted ng Aubrey dun sa bahay nila. Sa condo nila. Ang condo nurses, nakiwalay kasi siya ng bahay. Nasa condo unit siya nurses. Malapit sa ABS. Ang condo niya malapit sa ABS. O di ba? Taga GMA siya, pero yung condo niya sa may ABS. Nagkakaintindihan ba? O nurse, so in-extract ko na siya. Kasi nurses, may mga anak siyang bata eh. So sabi naman niya, nung nagka-symptom siya, nag-mask na siya. So kinuha ko na si Aubrey, dinala ko ngayon. Nurses, pinasok ko ngayon sila sa isang kwarto dito namin sa bahay. So ina-isolate ko na sila. So ako, sumama na rin ako. Bakit? May symptoms na rin ako eh. Nagkakaintindihan. Nurses, bakit? Kasi kasama ko naman yung dalawang anak sa kwarto ko. Kasama ko sila nurses dun sa kwarto ko. So nurses, kinabukasan, nag-RT-PCR ako. I also nurses turned out to be positive. So every nurses, nung nurses nag-positive ako, sabi ko ngayon, lahat mag-RT-PCR na. So everybody now turned out to be positive. Except dun sa family ng kapatid ko na may asawang in-check. Bakit? Nauna na sila. Mga hayop sila, may immunity ba? Nagkakaintindihan ba? And except dun sa anak kong bunso. Nurses, buti na lang din. Kasi yung anak kong bunso, may comorbidity. May comorbidity siya eh. Nurses, may asthma siya. At siya, pag ina-asthma siya, automatic na-hospital kami. No-hospital talaga kami. So nurses, siya lang din ang hindi nag-positive. Nurses, why? Because noong time na nagsasamgyup kami, yung anak ko, nasa taas, nasa kwarto, besh, nagko-computer, nagro-Roblox. Besh, first time ko sa buong buhay ko, nagpasalamat sa Roblox. Nagkakaintindihan ba? So nurses, so everybody now turned out positive. Ito na ngayon. Ang huli ngayong nurses nag-positive sa amin, yung asawa ni Aubrey. So yung asawa ni Aubrey, pagdating dito sa bahay, nagulat siya. Bakit daw ang lakas ko? Sabi ko sa kanya, vaccinated kasi ako. Ito kasi ang asawa ni Aubrey, walang vaccine. Walang vaccine. Why? Yung asawa ni Aubrey noong time na yon, anti-vax. Ayaw niya ng vaccine noong mga panahon na yon. Bakit? Kasi pakiramdam niya, ang vaccine nurses ay experiment lang. At pag binigyan ka ng vaccine, ikamamatay mo. So yun ang paniniwala niya nun. So wala siyang vaccine. So in short, dito ngayon sa bahay namin, since siyempre nurse ako, symptomatic ang treatment namin. Siyempre, alam kong virus yan eh. So kung may lagnat, Tylenol lang kami. Wala kasi kami biogesic na nurses sa bahay. Tylenol lang meron kami. Okay? Pasensya na. Wala kasi talaga kami biogesic. Tylenol kasi nag-hoard ako ng Tylenol noon. Nurses. And Tylenol din is nurses paracetamol. Acetaminophen. Sa US kasi, acetaminophen. UK and Asia, paracetamol. Pero mind you ha, the only branded acetaminophen or nurses paracetamol is Tylenol. Yung biogesic, hindi yan brand. Generic pa rin yan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag tayo. Generic pa rin ang biogesic. Isa lang talagang totoong branded. Tylenol lang. So in short, pag may lagnat, Tylenol kami. Pag may ubo, di ba ang ubo ng nurses COVID? Dry cough sa simula. Do you agree? Hindi po fake ang paracetamol. Ano? Anong fake? Gamot din yan. Generic lang yan, hayop ka. Nagkakaintindihan ng fake. Sasabunutan ko bulbul nito ng mga to. Oh, nurses. So, di ba, dry cough. So, sinikod kami. Pag nurses may phlegm na, para ma-expectorate yung phlegm, Flumucil. Pag masakit yung lalamunan, Orahex. Gargle kami ng Orahex. To boost our immune system. Nag-immune pro kami. So, very symptomatic kami. Very symptomatic. Ito na ngayon. Yung asawa ngayon ni Aubrey, unti-unti nag-worse ang kondisyon. At dahil nag-worse ang kondisyon, ito ngayong kapatid ko na may asawang in-check, nagreseta din ng ivermectin. Ang daming nagiging doktor ng mga panahon na yun. Buisit yan. Galing na naman kay Atribi. Nurses. So ako ngayon, noong time na yun, kasi very desperate ako, hinayaan ko na lang. Sabi ko, baka nga naman nakakatulong si ivermectin. Now, ang ivermectin pala nun, may nurses, dosage lang kung paano iinumin. Sa 14 days mo magkaka-COVID, magka-quarantine ka, you have to finish 5 doses. 5 doses. Nurses. At mayroong nurses, kung paano siya iniinom. Inumin mo ngayon, after 3 days, inom ka ulit. After 2 days, inom ka ulit. After 3 days, mayroong schedule kung paano inumin. So ito nga yung nurses, ito nga yung bayaw ko. So sa bahay namin, symptomatic. Ito nga yung bayaw ko, nag-take din ng ivermectin. Si Aubrey nag-take din. Pero si Aubrey, dalawa lang yung ivermectin na tinake niya. Nag-stop na siya. Bakit? Feeling niya hindi naman umaayos yung pakiramdam niya. Parang wala namang improvement. Pero tong nurses bayaw ko, na hindi naniniwala sa vaccine, naniwala sa ivermectin, nagkakaintindihan. So naka 4 doses na siya. Hanggang 5 lang yung dose. So naka 4 doses na siya. But his condition, never nurses improved. Nurses, nag-worse pa yung condition niya. Dumating kami sa point, nurses, nag-oxygen na siya sa bahay. Buti na lang, may standby oxygen din ako sa bahay namin. Nag-nurses, nag-oxygen na siya. Pero, kahit naka-oxygen siya, ang O2 sat niya, bumabagsak pa rin. Remember, lungs ang tinitira ng COVID mo eh. So, noong time na yon, pag nurses 95 pataas, ang O2 sat mo, okay ako doon. Okay ako doon. Pero pag bumaba ka ng 94, nurses, naa-alarm na ako. Itong bayaw ko, naka-nasal cannula na, naka-O2 na, pero ang O2 sat niya, bumababa ng 90, 89. Sabi ko, this is not good anymore. Sabi ko, this is not good. So, ang ginawa ko, sinugod ko na ulit ng lung center. Pagdating namin ng lung center, he was already diagnosed to have severe COVID. Papunta na ng critical. And remember, nakaapat na siya ng ivermectin pero papunta na siya ng critical nung time na yun. Nurses, the only moment na nag-improve yung condition niya, nung nasa hospital na siya, nurses, binagyan na siya nurses ng remdesivir, tocilizumab. So there were now combination of experimental drugs. Doon ko masasabi that ivermectin cannot do anything for COVID. Kasi yun lang ininom ng bayaw ko eh. Sabi ko, kung totoong nakaka-nurses gamot ang ivermectin, dapat hindi na nag-severe ang kondisyon ng bayaw ko. Papunta na siya ng critical eh. Umiiyak na si Aubrey. Nagkakaintindihan. Yung bayaw ko, nagbilin na ng mga password niya. Lahat ng binili niya, akala niya daw talaga mamamatay na siya. Kasi hindi na siya nakakahinga. Pag tinanggal niya yung O2 niya, nurses, yung oxygen niya, pupunta siya ng CR. Nurses, 5 steps away lang ang CR. 2 steps pa lang nagagawa niya, feeling niya nauupos na siya ng kandila. Ganun na nurses yung nangyari sa kanya. So nurses, ano ngayon, doon ko ngayon masasabi, ivermectin cannot cure COVID. Why? Because there are no proof, there are no findings, there are no evidence that it can alleviate the symptoms of COVID. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Yun lang yung tinik ng bayaw ko eh. O, di yun. Yun yung sinasabi ko. Kung yun lang ang tinik mo, nag-improve ka, yes, nurses, we can say. Because based on nurses' evidence, there are findings that it can cure. Eh, wala. Sino lang accepted? Sila remdesivir, tocilizumab. Why? Because there are evidence, there are findings, there are proof that it can alleviate the symptoms of COVID. At anong tawag natin dyan? Evidence-based practice. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. O, pasensya na sa naging fans ng nurses ivermectin ha, pero hindi yan nakakagamot, buisit ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Maliwanag po tayo. Yes. So, itin natin. Nurses, if you use the latest findings, ano nga? Pag lumabas sa board exam, you use the latest findings, evidence-based practice. You focus on nurses' issues. You focus on issues. Research in nursing. You focus on clinical problems. Nursing research. Now, my next question is, bakit ba tayo nag-research? Question, dumating po ba sa point sa buhay mo na tinanong mo ang sarili mo kung bakit ginagawa niyo yung research niyo? Dumating ba yan? Dumating ba yan? Yes. Lalo na siguro, Bes, kung ikaw yung nakatoka mag-type. Tapos lahat ng mga kaklase mo, nasa kanyang-kanyang bahay, nurses, namamahinga na, nagni-Netflix pa. So ikaw ngayon, napapaisip ka tuloy ngayon, bakit ba kasi kailangan ko tong gawin? Now, why do we do research? Because there are what we call nurse, importance of research. There are what we call nurse, importance of research. Wow, attorney, importance. Akalain mo, may importance pala siya. Hindi namin naramdaman. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. So question is, what are the most important nurses? Nurses, what are now the nurses' importance of research? Number one, nurse, is for professionalism. Number one is for professionalism. Meaning, we are doing research so that we can enhance the profession. We are doing research daw so that we can enhance the profession. Gusto pa kasi natin mapaganda ang nursing profession. Second, nurses, you are doing research for accountability, to increase our accountability. We wanted to know how far can nursing go. That's why we are doing research. Another reason why we're doing research is for social relevance. Social relevance of nursing, meaning we are doing research so that nurses contribute something to the society. Nurses, we are doing also research so that we can also contribute something to the society. And the last, nurse, we are doing research mainly for research and decision making. Mainly for research and decision making. So nurses, pag sinabi kong research and decision making, meaning you want to make new discoveries so that you can come up with the best decisions. So itin natin. Again, so these are, lumalabas to sa board ha. Lumalabas to sa board. Ulitin natin. So these are now nurses, the different nurses, importance of research. One is for professionalism. Second is accountability. Third is social relevance of nursing. And the last is research and decision making. Now, the question is, nursing lang ba nag-research? Nursing lang ba nag-research? No. Other professions, are they also doing research? Yes, that's why when it comes to research nurse, meron tayong tinatawag na ultimate goal of research. That is why when it comes to research, there is what we call as the ultimate goal of research. Now, what is the ultimate goal? Pag sinabi natin ultimate, ultimate, question, what does ultimate mean? What does ultimate mean? Pag sinabing ultimate, what does ultimate mean? Anong final? Pag sinabi natin ultimate goal, yes, nagkakaintindihan ba? So meaning, is it the highest goal of research? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Question, if this is the highest goal of research, is it shared among the different professions? Yes or no? Yes. So the question now is, what is the highest goal of research? Always remember, nurse, that the ultimate goal of research is to improve. The ultimate goal of research is to improve the practice. The ultimate goal of research is to improve the practice of the profession. Ulitin ko, the ultimate goal of research is to improve the practice of the profession. Again, what is the ultimate goal of research? Everybody, lumalabas sa board. Again, what is the ultimate goal of research? To improve the practice of the profession. Ulitin natin, what is the ultimate goal of research? Isa ba, what is the ultimate goal of research? So meaning, makinig. Meaning, kung ang profession mo, medicine, tanggalin mo lang to, baguhin mo lang, gawin mong medicine. O question, what is now the ultimate goal of research in medicine? What is now the ultimate goal of research in medicine? Baguhin mo lang, tanggalin mo lang to, gawin mo lang medicine. What is now the ultimate goal of research in medicine? To improve the practice of medicine. Kung ang profession mo yung accountancy. Question, what is the ultimate goal of research in accountancy? To improve the practice of accountancy. And what is our profession? Sige, matanong ko. What is our profession? Nursing. Again, what is our profession? Nursing. Again, what is our profession? Nursing. So pag kinanong ka ngayon sa board exam, what is the ultimate goal? Major reason, main purpose, number one goal of doing research in nursing? To improve the practice of nursing. Ulitin ko, what is the ultimate goal of doing research in nursing? To improve the practice of nursing. Kaya nurses, itong ultimate goal mo, lagyan mo ng asterisk, lagyan mo ng asterisk, lagyan mo ng asterisk. Lagyan mo ng highlight, lagyan mo ng highlight. Lagyan mo ng box, lagyan mo ng box. Bilugan mo, guhitan mo. In short, burahe. Again, is it important? Yes or no? Yes. Bakit, besh? Sagot na yan. Pag sinabi kong sagot, mag-iisip pa ba? Hindi na. Hahanapin na lang ba? Yes, nagkakaintindihan ba? So ulitin natin, pag tinanong ka sa board exam, what is the ultimate goal, major reason, main purpose? Number one goal of doing research in nursing? To improve the practice of nursing. Nursing nga ang tinatanong ko, huwag muna ako sagutin ng profession. Ulitin natin, what is the ultimate goal, major reason, main purpose? Number one goal of doing research in nursing? To improve the practice of nursing. Now, always remember, ulitin ko, sagot na ba yan? Yes. Pag sinabi kong sagot, mag-iisip ka pa ba? No. Hahanapin na lang ba? Yes. And usually, makinig, if the situation is research, this is the first question. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag ba? Yes. In short, lalabas mo to sa board mo. Yes, sulitin natin. Pag tinanong ka sa board exam, what is the ultimate goal, major reason, main purpose, number one goal of doing research in nursing? To improve the practice of nursing. Ang problema, Besh, walang lumabas na nursing practice sa board. So kung walang lumabas na nursing practice sa board, what is another term that the BUN would use? Another term that they're going to use, nurse, is client care. Again, walang nursing practice sa board exam. Another term that they're going to use is client care. To improve client care. Pwede ba yon? Pwede ba yon? Yes, attorney, walang lumabas na client care. Walang client care. Another term that they're going to use is patient care. Another term that they're going to use is patient care. Wala din pong lumabas na patient care. Wala pa rin. Another term that they're going to use is healthcare. Another term that they're going to use is healthcare. Attorney, wala din pong healthcare. Wala pa rin. Another term that they're going to use is nursing care. Another term that they're going to use is nursing care. So ulitin natin ha. Ulitin natin. Again, nurses, pag tinanong ka sa board exam, nurses, what is the ultimate goal, major reason, main purpose, number one goal of doing research in nursing? Question. Walang nursing practice sa board. Walang nursing practice? Client care. Walang client care. Patient care. Walang patient care. Healthcare. Walang healthcare. Nursing care. Ulitin ko, sagot na ba yan? Sagot na ba yan? Yes. Pag sinabi kong sagot, mag-iisip ka pa ba? No. Hahanapin na lang ba? Yes. O utang na loob ba? Binibigay ko na lahat ng term na ginagamit ng BON mo. Pagdating ng board, wala kang karapatan magkamali. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag tayo. Ulitin natin. Pag tinanong ko sa board exam, what is the major reason, main purpose, number one goal of doing research in nursing? To improve the practice of nursing. Ulitin natin. Walang nursing practice sa board? Client care. Walang client care? Patient care. Walang patient care? Healthcare. Walang healthcare? Nursing care. Ulitin ko. Sagot na ba yan? Yes. Pag sinabi kong sagot, mag-iisip ka pa ba? No. Hahanapin na lang ba? Yes. Nurses. So ulitin natin, lalabas ba ito sa board exam? Yes or no? Yes. O question. Lahat ng binigay ko sa iyo, is that our practice? Yes or no? Yes, in short, in the board, any option in the board exam that talks about the improvement of practice, that will always be the best answer. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Nagkakaintindihan? Ulitin ko, sagot na ba yan? Yes, pag sinabi kong sagot, mag-iisip pa ba? No, hahanapin na lang ba? Hahanapin na lang ba? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan tayo, ha? Maliwanag. Yes. O, tingin ngayon sa akin. Now, do not be confused also, nurse. Why? Because there will be times that in the actual board, itong importance mo will also be in your options. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Are you with me? Yes. So, itin ko ha. Again, now do not be confused. Di ba options mo A, B, C, D? Sometimes your other options are your importance. Now, kung lumabas ito sa board exam, always remember, the best answer is still your ultimate goal. Ito ang tinatawag nating under your umbrella. Ella, 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 eh. Nagkakaintindihan. In short, at talagang may sumabay po sa akin, bullshit yan. Oh, ibig sabihin, your ultimate goal will still be the best answer. Why? Nurses, ito yung tinatawag nating umbrella effect. Meaning, your ultimate goal covers all of your importance. Kaya in the board, kahit lumabas yan sa option mo, the best answer is still your ultimate goal. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo? Maliwanag? Yes. Now, nurses, going back, sabi natin nurses, huwag mo yan kakalimutan na, lalabas yan sa board. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Yes. Now, pero sabi natin, we are doing research, nurse, so that we can gain new knowledge, so that we can discover new things. So meaning, if we want to gain new knowledge, does it only mean, nurse, that we already have basic knowledge? Does it only mean that we already have basic knowledge? Yes or no? Yes. Now, since we already have basic knowledge, nurse, the next question now is, saan nanggagaling ang nalalaman mo? What are the sources of knowledge? Oh, saan nanggagaling ang nalalaman mo, nurse? What are the sources of knowledge? O sige. Tanungin ko kayo, saan nanggagaling ang nalalaman nyo? O question. O, sige, tutulungan kita. Naalala mo ba nung bata ka? Naalala mo ba nung bata ka, nurse? Yes. Question. Nung bata ka, paano mo nalaman na yung kapitbahay mo mangkukulam? O may mga ganyan nung bata. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. O nung bata ka, paano mo nalaman na yung kapitbahay mo mangkukulam? Paano mo nalaman nung bata ka, nurses, na yung pinakalumang bahay mo ay isang haunted house? Paano mo yan nalaman nung bata ka? Paano mo nalaman nung bata ka? Nasa Balete Drive daw ay may lumalabas na white lady. Oh, question, paano mo yan nalaman nung bata ka? O yung iba dito, chismis. Yung iba dito, bata ba lang, chumichismis na. O sige, hayop ka. Sabihin na natin chismis. Gamitin natin ang chismis. Question, ang chismis mo ba isang kwento? Yes or no? Yes. Question, nung bata ka, lahat ng kwentong narinig mo, pinaniwalaan mo ba? Yes. Nurses, utu-utu ka nung bata ka. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. So, question is, pwede bang sa kwento nagsimula ang nalalaman? Yes or no? Yes. That's why for the sources of knowledge, nurse, you have the mnemonic tales. That's why for the sources of knowledge, you have the mnemonic tales. Now, what are tales? Ang tales po ba'y kwento? Yes or no? Yes. O question, nung bata ka, lahat ng kwentong narinig mo, pinaniwalaan mo ba? Yes or no? Yes. So nurses, pwede bang sa kwento nagsimula ang nalalaman? Yes or no? Yes. But question now is, nurses, again, nurses, what are tales? Question is, what are tales? T nurses actually stands for your tradition. T nurses, o nasa na naman yung iba? O, ano to? Ba't nawawala na naman yung mga kausap ko? Sabi ko, one of my rule, nurse, pag online, is for you to turn on your cam. Gusto niyo akong lumayas? Di mo ba hawak yung kapangyarihan kung bullshit ka? Turn on your cam. Research na to. Tulungan mo yung sarili mo. Mind you, lahat ng mga pinagsasabi ko dito, nurses, paulit-ulit na lumalabas. Wala pa akong nilecture na hindi pa lumabas ng board. Hindi ako nagbibiro. Turn on your cam, tulungan mo ang sarili mo. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. So ulitin ko. Again, nurses. Nurses. Another nurse, sabi nga natin, nurses, T nurses stands for your tradition. Pag sinabi nating tradition, tanong, ito po ba yung mga ipinasa sa iyo ng mga ninuno mo? Yes, these are the stories, nurse, that has been passed from one generation to another. Lalo na tayong mga Pilipino. Tayong mga Pilipino, marami bang tradition? Yes or no? Yes! O, very good example na lang. Very good example. Sa mga kababaihan. Oh, ladies, naalala niyo pa ba yung unang araw na nagkaroon ka ng menstruation? Yes! O, question. Anong pinasa sa'yo ng nanay mo? Anong sabi sa'yo ng nanay mo? Sabi sa'yo ng nanay mo, anak, sa unang araw na magkakaroon ka ng mens mo, kailangan mong tumalon ng hagdan. Ang tanong, pang ilang baitang? 3. Bakit daw? Bakit daw? Bakit daw? Para 3 days lang daw ang mens mo. O bungga kang hayop ka. Ngayon, 7 araw na, dinudugo ka pa. Do you agree? Yes or no? Do you agree? Yes! Nurses, hindi ba yun? Ano bang sabi ng nanay mo? Sabi ng nanay mo sa'yo, anak, sa unang araw na magkakaroon ka ng mens mo, ang panty mong may dugo, ano daw ang gagawin? Ipahid daw sa muka. Bakit daw? Bakit daw? Para hindi ka magkaroon ng pimples o bungga ka, siging hayop ka. Adolescent period, increase of hormones, isa kang tagyawat na tinubuan ng muka. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes, in short, yung mga tagyawat mo, nurses, patong-patong na, wala na mapaglagyan, pati sa likod, pati sa puwet, tumutubo. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. But is that tradition? Yes or no? Yes, hindi ba yun? Ano ba sabi sa'yo ng nanay mo? Sabi ng nanay mo, anak, sa tuwing ikaw ay magkakaroon, bawal daw maligo. Bakit daw? Masisiraan ng ulo. O sige, imagine mo, 3 nurses, 7 araw ang mens mo. 7 araw kang hindi maliligo. Totoo yun. Uy ha, totoo yun, nurse. Totoo yun. Hindi ka masisira ng ulo. Totoo yun. Pero sino masisira ng ulo? Katabi mo. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. But question is that tradition? Yes or no? Yes. Pero wag kang mag-alala, ladies. Huwag po tayong mag-alala. Bakit? Hindi lang po tayong mga kababaihan ang may katangahan. Meron din po mga kalalakihan. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. A very good example na lang. Boys! Shit, walang sumasagot sa GC ko. Walang boys. Lahat sila confused. Shit. Or, isa pa. Boys! Boys! May mga sumasagot. May mga nagbabanggap. Hayop ka. Nurses, sige. Tanungin ko. Boys, naalala niyo ba ba? Naalala niyo ba ba? Nung tinuli kayo, mali pala ang tanong. Ang tanong pala dapat, tuli ka na ba? Ganun pala. Ganun pala dapat ang tanong, buisit ka. Question, naalala mo ba nung tinuli ka? Ano ang nurses? Anong pinansa yun ng tatay mo, ng kuya mo, ng tsuhin mo, ng lolo mo, pati na rin ng kapitbahay mong bakilamero? Anong sabi nila? Ang sabi nila, pag ikaw daw ay tinuli, bawal daw makita ng babae. Kasi daw, mga matis. O sandali lang. Bakit puro babae yung sumasagot sa GC ko? Hoy! Mga hayop kayo. Ba't kayo sumasagot? Kayo ba yung tinuli? Ano ba clitoris nyo, German cat? Sagot ka ng sagot, hayop ka dyan. So boys, so nurses, so anong ginawa mo? Nung tinuli ka ngayon, lilinisin ng nanay mo yung titi mo. O hindi ba't nag-iinarte ka pa nun sa nanay mo? Ano sabi mo sa nanay mo? Ma, wag ma, mabawal makita ng babae, mama, nga matis yung titi ko ma. Pero syempre, besh, makulit yung nanay mo, nilinis pa rin ang titi mo. Kinabukasan, namaga ang titi mo. Sinong sinisi mo? Sinong sinisi mo? Nanay mo! O ngayon tatanungin kita. Since we are already in the nursing profession, my question is, pag ikaw ay tinuli, may sugat ba yan? Yes, and we all know, nurse, that part of healing process is inflammation. In short, Beshi, normal lang bang mga matis ang titi pag yan ay tinuli? Yes! Kaya utang na loob, besh, huwag mo nang ipapasa sa magiging anak mo na bawal makita ng babae. Saan yan bawal ipakita? Sa bading. Bakit? Jambu, chuchubain, nagkakaintindihan. Charot! Charot lang, hayop ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba? So ulitin natin. Is that tradition? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes! Now, isa pang tradition na narinig ko. Isa pang tradition. Buntis. Ang mga buntis, maraming tradition. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes! May narinig akong tradition sa buntis. Ang buntis daw, habang nagbubuntis, bawal daw kumain ng talong, ng dinuguan, duhat, grapes, pusit, chocolate, basta lahat daw ng maiitim. Bawal daw kainin. Bakit daw? Bakit daw? Bakit bawal kainin ng maiitim? Iitim ang anak. Kaya ang buntis, besh, ano mga pinagkakakain? Singkamas, labanos, puto, siopaw, siomay, kanin, apple, para Rosy 16 daw yung anak niya. Bungga, pareha silang mag-asawa, negro. Pag yan pumuti, anak yan ng kapit, bahay. But question is that tradition? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes! Pero pwede bang dyan nagsimula ang nalalaman mo? Yes or no? Yes. Another now, nurses. So pwede bang sa tradition nagsimula ang nalalaman? Yes. Another now, nurse we have is the A. A now, nurse stands for your authority. Now, pag sinabi nating authority, nurse, authority, nurses, are the people who are considered experts. These are the people, nurse, who are considered experts. Very good example. Very good example nung bata ka. Nung bata ka, nurse, sinong una nagturo sa'yo magbasa ng abakada? Nanay mo. In short, ang nanay mo at that time, is she a person in authority? Yes or no? Yes! Sinong una nagturo sa'yo gumamit ng table of elements? Teacher. In short, ang teacher mo, is she a person in authority? Yes or no? Yes. Sino una nagturo sa iyo, nurse? Gumawa ng NCP. Sino una nagturo sa iyo gumawa ng NCP? CI. In short, ang CI mo, is she also a person in authority? Yes. Sinong unang nagturo sa iyo gumamit ng kodigo? Classmate. In short, si classmate. Is she a person in authority? Yes or no? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan. Uy, wag kang mahihiya. O makinig sa akin. Wag kang mahihiya, nurse. Kung halimbang dumating ang point sa buong buhay mo bilang estudyante na gumamit ka ng kodigo, wag kang mahihiya. Achievement unlocked. Nagkakaintindihan ba, bullshit ka? Why? Nurses, huwag kang mahihiya. Why? Kasi, besh, ako naniniwala ako na kahit gaano pa katalinong isang tao, pag hindi niyan alam ang sagot, napapatingin din niya sa papel ng katabi niya. Do you agree, yes or no? Do you agree? Yes! Ako matalino akong tao, nurse. Matalino akong tao. I was a consistent honor student when I was in grade school and high school. Pero, nurses, tamad ako mag-aral. Honestly, tamad akong mag-aral. Gaano ako katamad mag-aral? Pumapasok ko ng school, ang laman lang ng bakbak ko, ballpen lang sa papel. Bakit? Baka mag-quiz eh. At least may papel ako. Hindi ako manghihingi sa classmate ko. Tsaka nurses, pulbo. Tsaka isang maliit na kulay pulang papel de hapon. Bakit? I studied in an exclusive school for girls when I was in nurses high school. All girls school kami. Bawal mag-makeup. So yung papel de hapon, gaganyanin ko yan. Red lips ka na. Pagbasa na ng laway mo, dito naman yan. Rosy cheeks ka na. Yun lang. Ang dala ko, nurses nung high school ako. Pero, nurses, consistent honor student ako. Pero tamad ako mag-aral. Sa buong barkada ko, ako lang honor student. Lahat ng barkada ko, sira ulo, nagkakaintindihan, kaya utang na loob. Lahat ng style ng pangungopya, kabisado ko yan. Kaya nung nag-CI ako, nurse, in one of the university nurses here in Manila, ang mga estudyante ko, hindi nakakapangopya sa akin. Bakit? Utang na loob, besh. Lahat ng style ng pangungopya, kabisado ko yan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Kabisado ko yan. Very good example na lang. Nurses, naalala niyo pa ba nung nag-exam kayo? Naalala niyo pa ba nag-exam kayo? Yes, lalo na nung face-to-face. Exam, di ba? Nakalinya yung mga upuan ninyo. So ito na nurse, tatadyakan mo na yung silya ng nasa harapan mo. Pagdadyak mo, sasabihin mo, hindi ko makita. Yan! Alam ko yan. Hindi pa yon. Nurses, di ba ang exam nyo multiple choice? Exam nyo multiple choice, yes or no? Yes, dapat. Pag sinulat mo yung letter mo sa papel mo, bold letters, font 72. Ito yung nurses, pag inangat mo yung papel mo, yung sagot mo kita hanggang likod. Alam ko rin yan. Hindi ba yon, besh? May senyasan pa kayong nagaganap. Pag ganun A, pag ganun B, pag ganun C. Alam ko lahat yan. Pero, anong pinaka-classic? Ang pinaka-classic, ito yung magkakatabi kayo, besh. Magkakatabi kayo, kakausapin ka ng katabi mo. Kakausapin ka ng katabi mo. Pero, hindi bubuka yung bibig. Anong sasabihin? Anong sagot nyo sa naroon? Huwag ka muna magulo, nakatingin si ma'am. Hayop ka, kilala kita. Marami sa inyo, guilting buisit ka. O, question, sino nagturo sa iyo niyan? Sino nagturo sa iyo niyan? Classmate. O, question, are they also persons in authority? Yes or no? Yes, nagkakaintindihan. Another knowners we have is what we call as your logical reasoning. Another is what we call as your logical reasoning. Now, what is logical reasoning? Pag sinabi natin logical reasoning is the use of logic and reason. O question, do you still remember your logic? Naalala niyo pa ba yung logic niyo? Naalala niyo pa ba? Yung mga tipong, all birds can fly. Amaya is a bird. Therefore, Amaya can fly. O question, is that logic? Yes or no? Yes! So ikaw ngayon, Besh, in-apply mo ang logic na natutunan mo. Pumunta ka ngayon ng zoo. Pagdating mo ng zoo, nakakita ka ng ostrich. Ano ngayon sabi mo sa sarili mo? All birds can fly. An ostrich is a bird. Therefore, an ostrich can fly. O hayop ka. May nakita ka ng ostrich na lumilipad? But question is that logic? Yes or no? Yes. O parang ako, Besh, may logic ako natutunan sa buhay ko. Now, nurses, when I was in high school, sabi ko nga, I studied in an exclusive school for girls. All girls school ako, ng high school ako, walang lalaki. So pagdating ko ngayon ng college, pagdating ko ng nursing, co-ed. Co-ed na, besh. In short, ang dami ng lalaki. Ang ate mo, dakilang pokpok, nagkakaya. In short, besh, meron akong classmate ko. May kaklase ako na sobrang crush ko. Sobrang crush ko talaga, besh. Bakit? Ang tangkad, ang puti, ang gwapo, ang bango. Nurse, sobrang crush ko talaga. Ang problema ko, besh, hindi ako pinapansin. Hindi talaga ako pinapansin. Araw-araw ako nagbabakyot, hindi ako pinapansin. Araw-araw ako nagmi-makeup, hindi ako pinapansin. Every day is foundation day. Pero nurse, hindi talaga ako pinapansin. So ano ngayon ang nangyari? Ang nangyari ngayon, nagkaroon kami ng chance, nurses, na maging nurses, maging magka-group. English. Alam mo na. Nurses, English 101. Identification of common noun and proper noun. Siya yung naging tagasulat namin. Nurses, siya yung naging tagasulat namin. Pero, ang nakita niya, lahat ng kolorete ko sa mukha. Anong sabi? Lipstick, blush on, eyeliner, ang walang hiya, bading pala. Kaya simula po nun, nurse, nagkaroon po akong logic sa buhay ko. Ano yun? Aanin mo ang gwapo kung mas malandi din sa'yo. Buisit yan. Do you agree? Yes. Hindi ba yun, Besh? Hindi ba yun? Sa panahon ngayon? Sa panahon ngayon, sa dinami-dami ng gwapo, lalaki din ang gusto. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes, totoo yan. Utang na loob. Pumunta ka ng gym. Kung sinong malaking katawan, bading. Nagagaya. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. O question, is that logic, yes or no? Yes. Hindi ko talaga naiintindihan ng mga bading. Bakit, Besh? Shit, Besh. Nurses, wala namang matres, pero ang bilis dumami. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. So is that logic, yes or no? Yes. O in fairness. In fairness, yung kaklase ko na yon, naging best friend ko yon. Naging best friend ko siya. Nurses, ninang, siya, both, nagkakaintindihan. Nurses, ninong po siya ng panganay kong anak. Yung panganay kong anak, bading din. Hayop yan. Nurses, nung bininyagan yata, hiningahan. Birds of the same feather, flock together. Nagkakaintindihan, nakakaloka. Nurses, yung nurses best friend ko na yon, he's a traveling nurse right now in US. Traveling nurse siya. Daming pera. Kahapon, tumatawag na naman. Hindi ko sinagot. Kasi Diyos ko, madaling araw na, tinatawagan pa akong hayop yung baklang yan. Magkukwento lang naman tungkol sa jowa niya. Sana all may jowa, di ba? Bigil ako eh. Sa akin ba magkukwento? Wala nga akong jowa, hayop siya. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Naging best friend ko yun. Naging best friend ko siya. Okay, so maliwanag tayo. So that is your logical reasoning. Another noun, nurse, we have the E. Ano naman ang E? E naman, nurse, is your experience and trial and error. E, nurse, is your experience and trial and error. Let's start with experience. Meron tayong kasabihan, di ba? Nalala niyo na, di ba? May kasabihan tayo. Experience is the best teacher. We learn from our mistakes. Nagkakaintindihan. Kaya nga, di ba? Unang araw pa ng nurses ng klase natin, sinabihan ko na kayo, nurses, do not be afraid to get wrong answers in the review. In the review, pag ikaw ay sumagot at ikaw ay nagkamali, ulitin natin, matatandaan mo ba ang pagkakamali mo? Yes. At kaya nga sabi natin, pag yan lumabas ng board, are you still going to answer the wrong answer? No, because you've remembered your mistakes. Kaya nga di ba sabi ko, in the review, okay lang ba magkamali? Yes. Ulitin natin, saan nga ulit bawal magkamali? Sa board. Kaya dito sa review, kailangan ba ubusin mo na lahat ng pagkakamali mo? Yes or no? Yes. In the review, dapat ba sagot lang ng sagot? Yes or no? Yes. Pero, meron din tayong tinatawag na trial and error. Anong kasabihan natin sa trial and error? Anong ang kasabihan natin sa trial and error? Anong kasabihan sa trial and error? Try and try until you die talaga. Diyos ko, Lord! O ibig sabihin, in trial and error, before we can arrive with the best solution, minsan ba dapat maraming beses nating nasubukan? Yes or no? Yes. Now, what's a very good example? Very good example of this, nurse. This is just like nurse answering a math problem. This is just like nurses answering a math problem. O sige, nurses, matanong ko, sino po sa inyo dito gusto ang math? Gusto ang math? Mali pala ang tanong ko. Sino po dito na nurses, ayaw ang math? Mali. Sorry. Sino po dito ayaw ang math? Yan. Karamihan sa inyo dito, ayaw ang math. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes, nurses. Kaya nga yung iba sa inyo dito nag-nursing kasi ayaw ang math. Do you agree? Yes, pero hindi mo alam, Betch. Pagdating mo ng first year, shit, algebra. Ito pa naman yung klase ng math na hindi mo naiintindihan bakit yung x nagkakaroon ng number. At hindi pa yon. Pagkatapos mo hanapin yung x, itatanong sa'yo yung y. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. Natapos na ngayon yung algebra mo. Kala mo din, tapos na yung paghihirap mo. Hindi pa, besh. Meron ka bang statistics? Hindi pa yon. Meron bang Kemen? Physics. So natapos na kayo ng lahat ng yan. Kala mo din, tapos na yung paghihirap mo? Hindi pala. Bubugbugin ka pala, nurse, ng dosage calculation and IV computation. Hindi ka kagalingan sa math. Dosage calculation. So solve ka, solve. Ang problema, nurse, hindi ka sigurado sa sagot mo. So anong tendency ng estudyante? Ang tendency ng estudyante, titignan niyan ang sagot ng katabi niya. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes! Anong sabi? Solve. Hindi ka sigurado? Anong gagawin? Titignan ang sagot ng katabi. Shit, iba. Titingin ngayon dun sa kabila pa. Shit, iba rin. In short, tatlo kayo. Iba-iba sagot nyo. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes! So ano ngayon ang tendency ng estudyante? Ang tendency ngayon ng estudyante, nurse, babaguhin niya yung sagot niya hanggang yung isa, makapareho niya. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes! Yun nga lang yung nakapareho mo. Mali. But question is that trial and error? Yes or no? Yes. And the last, nurses, source of your knowledge. Nurses, method po to ha, hindi research. The last, nurses, is what we call as your scientific method. Scientific method, nurse, or also what we call as your experiment. Scientific method, or also what we call as your experiment. A question. Do you still remember your experiment? Do you still remember your experiment? Do you still remember your first experiment? Naalala niyo pa ba? Yung unahang experiment na ginawa mo sa buong buhay mo. As in, the first ever experiment. Yung pinakaunang experiment na ginawa mo. Anong volcano? Hoy! Di yan ang una mo yung experiment. O question, do you still remember your first experiment? Naalala pa ba yung unahan? As in first ever. Sa nurses buong buhay mo. Naalala niyo ba? Naalala niyo ba yung as in first ever? Hindi na. O sige, kung hindi mo na naalala, ibabaalala ko sa iyo, nurse. Ibabaalala ko sa iyo. The first ever experiment that you ever did in your entire life. The Mongo seed. That's the first ever experiment that you ever did. Do you still remember the Mongo seed? Naalala niyo ba to? Yes! The Mongo seed with and without sunlight. Naalala pa ba? Yes! And the Mongo seed with the cotton balls with and without water. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. O question. Nung pinagawa sa'yo ng teacher mo tong experiment na to, tanong, nurses, sinabi ba niya kung anong mangyayari sa munggo? Sinabi ba niya kung anong mangyayari sa munggo? No. Nurses, kaya nga nagulat ka, di ba? Kinabukasan yung munggo mo, naging toge. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. At proud na proud ka pang sinabi mo sa nanay mo, Ma, may puno na ako. O question, were you able to discover it all by yourself? Yes or no? Yes. And that is true scientific method. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag? Yes. Sulitin natin. What are again the different sources of knowledge? Ano ulit ang mnemonic? Ano ulit ang mnemonic? Tales. Now question, what are tales? T, nurses, stands for your tradition. A, authority. L, logical reasoning. E, experience and trial and error. And last is scientific method. But since basic to, you wanted to learn more. Do you agree? Yes, you want to make new discoveries. Do you agree? Yes, that's why we are doing research. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Yes. Now, nurses, since that's the reason why we're doing research. But always remember, nurse, you cannot perform research unless you're knowledgeable about the different steps of the research process. Now, as I have said earlier, there are 5 major steps, nurse, in your research process, but there are minor steps within them. Nurses, you can go as far as 18 steps in research. Attorney, bakit 18? Ba't parang yung binigay po sa amin noon, parang 10 lang, 12 lang? O makinig, hindi ko sinabing mali yun, ha? Makinig, hindi ko po sinabing mali yun. Nurses, tama din yun. Tama din yun. Yun nga lang, nurse. Yun nga lang, nurses, this is, nurses, compress yun. Nurse, the problem is compress yun. Tama din yun, compress nga lang yun. Now, what I'm going to give you, nurse, what I'm going to give you is what exactly your BON are using. Kung ano mismo ang ginagawa ng BON mo, yun din mismo ang ibibigay ko sa'yo. Ginagamit ng BON mo, yun din mismo ang bibigay ko sa'yo. Para pagdating ng board, hindi ka maliligaw, hindi ka malilito. If you want to know the resource material, this is Polit and Beck. If you want to know the research material, this is Polit and Beck. Ito yung makapal na nursing research na libro na kung saan page 1 pa lang, tulog ka na. Kilala kita. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Now, nurses, now, attorney, is it important for us to know the different steps? Yes. Why? Because there are questions in the board exam that talks about sequencing. What goes first? What goes after? So if you do not know the steps, nurses, you cannot answer that. Aside from that, sometimes the question also in the board are very big. So sobrang big, hindi mo na alam kung nasan ka. But if you do know what's happening in each of the places, you can also answer the board exam correctly. Plus, the basis also of our discussion will be the different steps of your research process. Isahin natin yan. Ayoko po yung ugali ng ibang mga teacher nyo, ng ibang prof nyo, na kung ano lang ang trip na i-discuss, yun lang ang i-discuss. Hindi. Iisa-isahin natin yung steps para makita mo kung saan ka nagkamali. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Now, steps said there are 5 major steps, nurse. So this includes, nurses, your conceptual phase, the design and planning, the empirical, the analytic, and your disseminating. But again, within these 5 major steps, there are minor steps within them. So what I'm going to do here is I will let you copy first the different steps of the research process. After which, nurse, we're going to discuss that. Because again, the basis of our discussion will be the different steps. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. So I will let you copy first before you take your break. Hindi ka naintindihan. Para mamaya, pagbalik natin, discussion na tayo. Rundown of the different steps of the research process. Maliwanag. Maliwanag po. Sige. Sige. So nurses, copyahin mo na phase 1. Copy first, ha? Kasi that will be the basis of our discussion. Finish? Are you done? Are you done? Bus na. Sige, next. Finish? Hindi pa po break. Kumukopya ka pa, buwisit ka. Sino nagtanong na break time po ba? Sabi ko kumopya ka muna, hayop ka. Oh, finish na? Ah, not yet daw. Finish na? Sige, next. Finish. Are you done? Yes. Sige, next. Finish. Done? Ano ba yan? May nag-message sa akin ngayon lang. Niyaya ako mag-Italy sa July. Ang problema yung date, besh. Yung date, rumarakit na ulit ako nun bilang lecturer. So, kailangan ko mamili. This is very hard. Is it out of the country or pera? Shit, mukha pa naman akong pera. My God! Meron kasi sasagot ng Schengen visa. Shit! I'm torn between two lovers. Shit! Hindi kasi ako mag-travel. Problema ko, shit. Mukha na akong pera nun eh. Oo, alam ko deserve ko yun. Pero mas deserve ko rin yung pera, hayop ka. 10 araw yun. 10 araw ako mawawala ng kita. Magkano yun, hayop ka? Yung 10 araw ko, shit. Ano bang 10 araw ko? Umigit 100,000 yun. Di nga lang eh. Parang more than 10 days. Kukwentahin ko. Titingnan ko kung deserve. Kung karapat-dapat ba. 10 days mawawala sa akin, shit. Mahigit 100,000. Anong hiring po katulong sa inyong attorney? Hoy! May katulong na ako. Yung katulong ko walang masyadong ginagawa dito. Papasok ka pa ng katulong, buwisit ka. Oh, tapos na? Finish? Sige. So after the break, we're going to discuss this, ha? So break muna tayo and then after which, we're going to discuss the different steps of your research process. Okay, run down tayo before we discuss the entire research. Okay? Sige. Okay, go! Break muna. Ready na po tayo? Kindly turn on your cams. Sige po. Pabukas na po ng cameras. Sige, let's continue now with our discussion. Now, so as I have said, nurses, it's very important, nurses, for you to learn the different the steps in the research process. Kasi tinatanong din yan sa board. So let's have a rundown first of the different steps of the research process before we discuss research per se. So the first step here, nurse, is for to formulate and delimit the problem. Later on, we're going to talk about the problem. Next step is the review of related literature. Again, second step is reviewing related literature, or simply what we call as the RRL. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Now, nurses, now ulitin ko. Second step is the review of related literature. Again, second step is reviewing related literature. Again, second step is reviewing related literature. Attorney pa ulit-ulit. Bakit tayo nagpapaulit-ulit? So that you will have retention. So that you would remember, nurse, that the second step in research is the review of related literature. Why? Dahil kung ang tatandaan mo ay yung ginawa nyo, nung nag-research kayo, pustahan tayo, isa po ito sa huling yung ginawa. Ilalapit ng hayop ka. Yung iba sa inyo may recommendation na hindi pa tapos ang chapter 2. So question is, what should be the second step of the research process? What should be the second step of the research process? Reviewing related literature, or what we call as the RRL. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Yes. Now, why is it the second step in the research process? What is the purpose of doing the review of related literature? Always remember, nurse, that the purpose, nurse, is to get an idea. Sulat na, lumalabas yun sa board. The purpose, nurse, is to get an idea. Again, the purpose is to get an idea or background about the study. Again, the purpose is to get an idea or background about the study. Purpose, nurse, is to get an idea or background about the study. To get an idea or background about the study. In short, para alam mo kung ano nang nagawa at hindi pa nagagawa. Kaya nga ako nagtataka, paano nyo natatapos yung research nyo na hindi pa nagagawa yung chapter 2 mo? Utang na loob. Ito, nurses, dapat pa lang ang pangalawa mong ginagawa. Kasi dito ka pa lang kumukuha ng idea. Dito ka pa lang kumukuha ng concepts mo. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Yes. Now, why is it, nurses, again, the second purpose? Aside from nurses getting the idea, pag sinabi nating review of related literature, this is actually a synthesis of previous studies. Always remember that RL is a synthesis of previous studies. synthesis of previous studies. Pag sinabi nating synthesis of previous studies, sinynthesize mo, pinagsama-sama. At ano daw ang pinagsama-sama mo? Previous studies. Previous studies, nurse, that is related to the problem of interest. Again, previous studies that is related to the problem of interest. Now, question is, how do we create the review of related literature? Ano ba dapat, nurses, ang RL mo? Should it be copy-paste? Should it be copy-paste? Na katulad ng ginawa mo, kilala kitang hayop ka. Yung iba sa inyo, hindi marunong mag-copy-paste, pati hyperlink kinokopya, buwisit yan. O nurses, so how do you create, nurses, a review of related literature? So first things first, of course, you need to have a topic na gagaintindihan. So kailangan, nurses, you need to have a topic. First, you have to decide on the topic that you're going, nurses, focus on. After deciding the topic, the next thing that you're going to do is to, nurses, identify your variables. Pag sinabi ng variables, these are the focus of your research. Variables, nurse, are the focus of your research. O for example, ang isang variable mo, juvenile hypertension. So nurses, after identifying your variables, the next step is for you to conduct a computer search. Social na ngayon eh. Social na ngayon, di computer na. Pero dahil ang BON mo ay matatanda na, pag lumabas sa board exam, conduct a library search. Pwede pa rin ba? Pwede pa rin ba? Yes. So sa computer search mo, lagay mo ngayon yung variable mo. For example, juvenile hypertension. Shh! Question, marami bang lalabas? Marami bang resources ang lalabas? Yes! Nurses, ang tanong, lahat ba kailangan mo? Lahat ba kailangan mo? No! Nurses. So nurses, anong gagawin mo? You remove irrelevant resources. So without irrelevant resources, after you remove your irrelevant resources, you print it out. Why do you need to print it out? For easy retrieval. For easy retrieval. Para madali mo silang napupuntahan, madali mo silang binabalikan. Alam mo kung saan ka pupunta. After you retrieve your nurses, after you retrieve your resources, you organize your resources. Organize mo. Organize mo sa pinakakailangan mo, sa list mong kailangan. Then that's the time that you retrieve your resources. Okay? Again, that's the time that you retrieve your resources. Nurses, after retrieving your resources, nurses, the next thing that you're going to do is, nurses, after you retrieve your resources, so again, organize mo muna and then retrieve. After you retrieve your resources, you copy the articles. Kopyahin mo na, nagkakaintindihan. O, attorney, copy. O, ibig sabihin, tama po, copy-paste yung ginawa namin. Hindi, nurse. Kopyahin mo lang para meron kang soft copy, may hard copy ka. Saan ka man magpunta, may kopya ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba? After now you copy the articles, you read your articles. Basahin mo. Bakit? Kasi hindi lahat din doon ng nakasulat related din sa topic mo. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes! Very good example. Very good example, nurse. O kunyari, nagsisearch kayo sa internet. Nagsisearch kayo sa net. O kung nagsisearch kayo sa net, ano yung mga website na madalas niyong pinupuntahan? Ano nga yung mga website na madalas niyong pinupuntahan? Nagsisearch kayo sa internet, ano yung mga website na madalas niyong pinupuntahan? Anong Google? Hoy! Huwag mo akong sagutin ng Google, buwisit ka. Hindi yan website. Search engine yan. Sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Oh, ano yung mga website na madalas mong pinupuntahan? NCBI, nursesmedlineplus.com, eMedicineNet, NursesScrib, Nurses, and of course, Mayo Clinic, and of course, nurses, your favorite and the most unreliable, Wikipedia. Nagkakaintindihan ba? O kunyari, Wikipedia ka na lang, favorite mo eh. O nurse, so juvenile hypertension. Shh! Mahaba ba lalabas? Mahaba ba lalabas? Yes. Ang tanong, lahat ba related sa topic mo? Lahat ba related sa topic mo? Hindi. So ano ngayon ang gagawin mo? Tanggalin mo kung saan hindi mo kailangan. Nagkakaintindihan. You weed out irrelevant resources. Tanggalin mo. So anong sa tingin mo hindi mo kailangan? Nurses, and you do that to all your resources. Gawin mo yan sa lahat ng resources mo. Parang natitira na lang, kailangan mo. So kung natitira na lang sa bawat resources mo, yung related lang sa topic mo, that's the time that you critically read your source. Basahin mo na ng maigi. After nurses reading your articles, after reading nurses your resources, then that's the time that you create a summary of your resources. Create a summary and then you synthesize the summary. Pag sinabi kong synthesize, pagsama-samahin mo na yung summaries mo. In short, ano nurses ang review of related lit? Summary or copy-paste? What is RRL? Summary or copy-paste? Summary. So meaning, do you need to rephrase? Do you need to rephrase? Yes. But of course, makinig, I cannot take it away from you that sometimes you really need to copy an excerpt, a paragraph, nurses, a sentence from your resource material, word for word. Now, always remember, that is okay. That is okay, nurse, provided that is necessary. In short, that's vital to your research. Meaning, it's very important to copy it verbatim. But if you can rephrase, you have to rephrase. But if it's very vital, it's very important that you copy, you may do so. You may do so, nurse, provided that you're going to recognize the author. How are you going to recognize the author? At the end of the paragraph, at the end of the sentence, put an open and close parentheses, put the name of your author. If these are words naman, uttered by experts, yung mga tipong Confucius says, Rizal says, Dr. Vicky Bello says, then you have to use quotation marks. Bakit? Hindi naman kasi ikaw yung nagsabi nun eh. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Maliwanag. Yes, nurses. For example, Dr. Vicky Bello says, quote, and then at the end of the sentence, unquote. Nagkakaintindihan. Now, if you fail to do that, you will be guilty, nurses, of committing an act called plagiarism. So you will be guilty, nurses, of committing plagiarism. And plagiarism may be a crime. It can be a crime because that is nurses under your copyright infringement. Copyright infringement, nurses, is violation of the intellectual property law of the Philippines. Tayo dito sa Pilipinas, nurses, may intellectual property law tayo. Iba't ibang intellectual property natin. May trademark, trade name, nurses, patent, copyright. The most abuse of all is copyright. All of you, if not most of you, have already committed copyright infringement. Copyright infringement is different from plagiarism. Very good example. Wherein you committed copyright infringement, nung nagpa-photocopy ka. Natatandaan mo ba na nagpa-photocopy ka ng libro, buwisit ka. You committed copyright infringement back then. Why? Because you're already depriving of the author of his ability to earn from his own work. That's already copyright infringement. Minsan, lenient ang copyright. Nurses, magpa-photocopy, provided that is your nurses for your own personal use, for your own perusal, for nurses educational purpose. Pero, iba na ang usapan. Pag ang pina-photocopy mo na, buong libro na. Nurses, pina-photocopy mo na yung buong libro, pina-book alike mo pa. Hayop ka, may nakukulong dyan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Ang matindi dyan, nurses, pinabook alike mo ba? Binenta mo pa. O nurses, that's already copyright infringement. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Maliwanag tayo dyan. O very good example also of copyright infringement. Sa mga nagtitiktok dyan, mga buwisit kayo. O di ba minsan nagtitiktok ka, gumagamit ka ng kanta. Di ba magugulat ka minsan, pag shinare mo na sa IG, saka sa FB, yung sa kanta, nagmamute. Do you agree? Why? Because that is copyright infringement. You're not the author of the song. Nurses, kaya minumute yan. Copyright infringement yun. Kaya nga sabi ko, all of you, if not most of you, have already committed copyright infringement. Now, iba ang case ng plagiarism. Sa plagiarism, here, you're giving a perception. You're giving an idea to the reader. You're giving the reader a perception. That is your own work, even though it is of somebody else. Nagkakaintindihan ba? May kausap ba ako? That is plagiarism. Nagkakaintindihan. Binibigyan mo ng perception, nurses, yung nagbabasa, na ikaw yung gumawa noon, kahit iba ang gumawa. Maliwanag po. So that's different from copyright infringement. Ito, yung kaso ni Tito Soto. May nagtanong kanina. Ito ba mismo yung kaso ni Tito Soto? Naalala niyo ba si Tito Soto sa Senate noon? Di ba dinidefend niya pa yung sarili niya na sinasabi, ito yung nag-quote siya ng vlogger? If you could still remember. Nurse, ang defense ni Tito Soto noon, he did not commit plagiarism. Bakit? Kasi dun sa vlogger daw, English. Sa kanya daw, Tagalog. That is the most lame defense. Nurses, walang ground yung defense niya. Why? Because in plagiarism, kahit iba yung language mo, if you're going to revert it, nurses, to its original language, and the meaning is still the same, that is still plagiarism. Plagiarism pa rin yun. Kaya kahit nurses ang ginawa ni Tito Soto, translate niya sa Tagalog, he should still recognize the author. Kaya nga pag nagtatranslate ka, for example, desiderata, nurses, by, lagay mo yung author. Translated by. Lalagay mo pa rin at translate mo yun. That's the correct way of doing it. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Nagkakaintindihan. Maliwanag. Maliwanag po tayo? Yes. So inuulit ko ha, you may copy provided it is vital to your research. But you have to recognize the author. If not, you have to rephrase. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag tayo. Yes. Sulitin natin. What is again the purpose of doing the RRL? Lumalabas sa board. Ulitin natin. What is the purpose of doing the RRL? To get an idea or background about the study. To get an idea or background about the study. Again, tandaan mo ha, ulitin ko ha, in the actual board exam, do not expect that it will come out verbatim ha. Nagkakaintindihan. It will not come out verbatim. Inuulit ko, mautak ang BON. Nurses, they can rephrase a single sentence in a million ways. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag. Yes, ulitin natin. What is the purpose of the RL? To get an idea or background about the study. Inuulit ko para alam mo kung ano nang nagawa at hindi pa nagagawa. Now, after nurses doing the RL, the next step is for you to undertake a clinical fieldwork. Now, always remember, undertaking a clinical fieldwork has the same purpose. Inulit ko, it has the same purpose as that of the review of related literature. Inulit ko, they have the same purpose. Therefore, what is also the purpose of undertaking a clinical fieldwork? To get an idea or background about the study, meaning para alam mo din kung ano nang ginagawa sa area at kung anong hindi pa ginagawa. Remember, going back to your basic. Again, ulitin natin, what are the two kinds of research that we usually do? What are again the two kinds of research that we usually do? What are two kinds of research that we usually do? Nursing research and research in nursing. O ulitin natin. Nurses, pag sinabi natin nursing research, anong focus? Clinical. Research in nursing. issues. Ulitin natin. Between the two, anong mas madalas nating ginagawa? Nursing research o research in nursing? Nursing research. Kasi inulit ko most of the time, we deal with clinical problems. That's why you need to undertake a clinical field work para alam mo kung ano na rin ang ginagawa sa area. Sorry. Para alam mo rin kung ano nang ginagawa sa area at kung anong hindi pa ginagawa. Nagkakaintindihan. That's why they have the same purpose. Why? Tingin sa akin lahat. Because always remember, again, undertaking a clinical fieldwork and your RRL supports each other. They support each other. Again, they complement each other, they support each other. Meaning, if you're going to do a nursing research, aside from your clinical fieldwork, you also need to do a review of related literature. Because they support each other, they complement each other. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag? Yes. Now, my question is, if what you're going to do is a research in nursing, if what you're going to do is a research in nursing, question, do you still need to undertake a clinical field work? If what you're going to do is a research in nursing, what is again research in nursing? Anong focus? Anong focus? Issues o question. Kung issues ang focus mo, do you still need to undertake a clinical fieldwork? No. So that is the time that the review of related literature will be sufficient. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Yes. So after doing nurses, the RL in your clinical fieldwork, then the next step is for you to define the framework in your conceptual definitions. Now, question now is, what is framework of the study? What is framework of the study? Pag sinabi nating framework of the study is a graphical representation. Again, framework of the study is a graphical representation of concepts. This is a graphical representation of concepts and relationship between concepts. Again, this is a graphical representation of concepts and relationship between concepts. Again, graphical representation of concepts and relationship between concepts. Ibig sabihin, tanong, ito ba yung ginawa nyo noon na parang flowchart? Naalala pa ba? Bakit nawala? Ako ba may problema? Bell? Sa akin ba yung problema? Oh my God.
Yes po, attorney. Opo, nawala po, attorney,
Ako
yung
ba yung
po,
nawala?
share screen niyo po.
Hindi, naglalag ka rin eh. Ako ba yung naglalag o yung connection mo?
Yung sa inyo po, attorney, naglalag po. Yung share screen niyo po nawala.
Bell, nagsisimula na naman tayo. Oh my God. Naloloko na naman ako. Bell?
Yes po, attorney.
Naglalag na naman ako, girl. Hindi
Attorney,
gumagalaw
okay
yung
na
mga
po.
estudyante ko. Hindi sila gumagalaw lahat.
Pero okay naman po, attorney. Clear naman na po. Kanina po kasi medyo choppy. Pero ngayon po okay na.
Girl, yan na naman yung problema natin. Kaya ayoko ng online. Nagkakaganito yung internet ko. Dali lang, titingnan ko nga kung ilan yung Mbps ko. Buwisi talaga itong internet dito sa Maynila. Gigigil ako. Oh, lakas na naman. Oh, Bel. Ganyan din yung nangyari sa akin noong nakaraan.
Attorney, medyo okay naman na po. Kanina po kasi medyo delay yung video nyo saka yung audio. Ngayon po okay na.
O hindi kayo, hindi. Nagsasabi kayo. Hindi gumagalaw yung mga estudyante ko. Nakita niyo ba ang lakas ng internet ko? Oo, pero naglalag ako. Oh my God, Bel. Parang deja vu. Oh my God, it's deja vu. Gantong-ganto yung nangyari sa akin sa isang online class. Dali lang ha. Wait lang po. Sige nga, gumalaw nga kayo, buisit. Hindi, wala pong gumagamit. Ang gumagamit lang po ng account, yung bunso ko lang. Kasi siya lang ang may class. Yung panganay ko tulog. Tsaka nakita niyo naman, lakas ng Mbps ko eh. 160 plus pumapalo eh. Sige, nasa na ako? Bago ako nawala, tuluyang kinuha ng liwanag. Ano na hindi discuss ko? Framework. So ulitin ko if we're talking about framework of the study nurse, framework of the study is a graphical representation of concepts and relationship between concepts. Maliwanag po. Maliwanag. Yes. So question is, pag sinabi natin graphical representation, question, ito po ba yung nurses? Ito po ba yung nurses? Parang flowchart na ginawa nyo? Naalala pa ba? Yes! O question, if you could still remember, nurses, doon nurses, gumawa kayo ng flowchart at ano dapat ang laman ng flowchart mo. Nurses, ang laman dapat niyan are concepts and relationship between concepts. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Yes. Now, question now is, ano dapat ang laman ng framework mo? Should it include your findings? In your framework of the study, should it include your findings? Yes or no? No! So kung may findings yung framework mo, mali yung ginawa nyo. Why? Remember, sige tanungin ko kayo, nasang phase ka pa lang? Nasang phase ka pa lang? Phase 1. Again, what is phase 1? What is phase 1? Conceptual. Again, what is phase 1? Conceptual. Tanong, may findings na dyan? Wala pa. Utang na loob, besh, ang layo pa ng findings mo. Phase 4 pa yun. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Yes. So ulitin natin. Should the framework of the study include your findings? Yes or no? No. Nurses. So ano lang ang dapat na laman yan? Concepts and relationship of your concepts. Now, what do I want you now to remember about your nurses framework of the study? Always remember that there are two types of framework. Dalawa ang types of framework mo. And what are these two types of framework? One nurse is what we call your conceptual framework. One is what we call your conceptual framework. And the other one is what we call as your theoretical framework. Inulit ko, there are two types of framework of the study. One is what we call your conceptual framework. One is what we call your conceptual framework. And the other one is what we call as your theoretical. So again, there are two types of framework of the study. One is what we call your conceptual framework, and the other one is what we call as your theoretical. So ulitin natin. What are again the two types of framework? Conceptual and theoretical. Again, what are two types of framework? So let's start off now. Unang tanong, are both of them framework? Yes, both of them. Are they graphical representations? Yes, both of them. Do they relate concepts? Yes or no? Yes. So question now is, what is the difference? The difference, nurse, is the focus of the framework. The difference, nurse, is the focus of the framework. So let's start, nurse, with your conceptual framework. Ulitin natin, what is conceptual? Is it a framework? Yes. Is it a graphical representation? Yes. Do you relate concepts? Yes. But what is the focus of the framework? The focus of the framework here, nurse, is your topic. In a conceptual framework, you relate your concepts to your topic. If you're going to relate your concepts, nurse, to your topic, then that is what we call a conceptual framework. Now, what about a theoretical framework? Now, what about, nurse, a theoretical framework? Ulitin natin. Pag sinabi natin theoretical framework, is it a framework? Is it a framework? Yes. Is it a graphical representation? Is it a graphical representation? Yes. You also relate concepts. Yes. But question is, what is the focus of the framework here? What is the focus of the framework here? What is the focus of the framework? Theory. Here, you relate your concepts, nurse, to a theory. Again, here, you relate your concepts to a theory. Nurse, wait lang walang aalis Magla-log out lang ako, i-restart ko lang yung computer ko. Kasi, hindi ko alam. Pero naka-MacBook ako Naka-MacBook ako Tinan natin kung mare-resolve kasi naglalag ako. Log out lang ako, and then I will go back. I will share again my screen. We will continue discussion. I will just restart my computer. Dali lang po ha. Ready po tayo? Sabihin niyo kung naglalag pa rin ako para alam ko if I need to reset my router. Pero decades. Nung nakaraan nag-reset ako ng router, hindi na ako makapasok. Okay ngayon? Sige, for the meantime, I will not turn on muna my cam. But you are required to turn on your cameras. Hindi ko maintindihan itong globe na to. Itong globe na to talagang problema ko eh. Lag pa rin? Okay. Sige, pag-i-on na po yung cam. Can you turn on your cams? Sorry. Ako, hindi ko na naman natandaan kung nasa na tayo. At theoretical framework. So, ulitin natin. If we're talking about theoretical framework again. Naglalag na naman ako. Wait lang ulit. Wait lang po ulit. Wait lang po ulit. Lord, wala alam gagawin ko, Bell. Wait lang. Hindi, naglalag na ako kasi nakikita ko. Nagpo-post kayo. Wait lang po. nagsabing lunch na tayo? Hoy, nandito na ako. Nasa bunutan ko yung bulbul. Hayop ka. Patay gutom kang buisit ka. O sige, panalangin po natin. Diyos ko. During lunchtime, saka na lang ako mag-restart ng router. I do not like to restart my router right now. Kasi yung time na nag-restart ako ng router, hindi na ako makapasok. It happened before. I do understand na pag nag-restart ka, hindi agad wala munang internet. Hindi agad-agad nag-restore. Pero ito kasi, yung nangyari sa akin, meron ng internet na nag-on na, pero yung computer mismo hindi makapag-connect. I don't know what's the problem with my Wi-Fi. Nakakagigil na mga Wi-Fi sa Maynila. O sige, ready na po tayo. Pagkasabi lang po sa akin kung naglalag ha. Tapusin lang muna natin to. So that later on, dire-diretso yung discussion natin. So ulitin natin, if I'm talking about nurses, tapos na ba tayo sa theoretical framework? Inulit ko ang theoretical framework. Again, sabi natin nurses, here the focus of the framework is your theory. Here you relate your concepts to a theory. So this could be an existing theory, nurse. It could be an existing theory. For example, environmental theory ni Florence Nightingale, gusto mong i-assess isang situation. Then, that could be the focus of your research. Or, it could be your own theory. Pwede yung mga what ifs mo. Could that be also the focus of your research? Yes or no? Could that be also the focus of your research? Yes, nurses. So, ulitin natin ha, 2 types of framework. One is what we call your conceptual, and the other one is what we call as your theoretical. Pag sinabi natin conceptual, ulitin natin, anong focus ng research? Anong focus ng framework? Topic. Pag sabi natin theoretical, anong focus ng framework? Theory. But aside from nurses, again, creating the framework of the study, you also need to create, nurse, your conceptual definitions. Now, what are conceptual definitions? Pag sinabi natin conceptual definitioners, nurses, these are your definition of terms. Question, do you still remember your definition of terms? Do you still remember your definition of terms? Yes. O question, tanong, in your definition of terms, anong dinidefine mo dito? What do you define in your definition of terms? Are you going to define highfalutin words? Pag sinabi kong highfalutin words, nurse, these are the words that you do not understand. Question, are you going to define highfalutin words? Yes or no? No! So kung ganun ang ginawa ninyo, mali ang ginawa mo. So question is, anong dinidefine natin sa definition of terms? What we define here, nurse, are your variables. So mali ang ginawa nyo. What we define here, nurse, are the variables of your study. Inulit ko, if we're talking about variables are the focus of your research. So anong dinidefine natin? Variables. But question is, how do we define your variables? Question, in defining the variables, are we going to use limited definition? If we're talking about limited definition, these are the usual definitions not in your dictionary. Question, are you going to use a dictionary to define your variables? No! Anong ginagamit natin to define your variables? What we usually use, nurses, are what we call as your concept, nurses, operational definition. In defining the variables, what we usually utilize are what we call your operational definition. Pag sinabi natin operational definition, question is, what are operational definition? Pag sinabi natin operational definition, these nurses, operational definition is when you define the variables. Again, define the variables on how they were used in the study. Again, define the variables on how they were used in the study. Again, define the variables on how they were used in the study. In short, Beshi, you're going to define it depending on how you used it. Okay? So you're going to define it depending on how you use it. For example is the word respondent. Most of you use the term respondent to pertain to your subjects. Do you agree? Yes. Question, nurses. In nurses defining the word respondent, are we going to use limited definition? No, because if we're going to use limited definition, respondent be somebody who is a party in nurses in a case in litigation. Nagkakaintindihan ba? So you're going to define it depending on how you used it. O for example, yung kalahati sa inyo, ang inyong research is about hypertension. So, nurses, how are you going to define the word respondent? Example lang po. Kunyari, ang definition mo, respondent is a person who is 60 to 65 years old, hypertensive client with a blood pressure of 150 over 100 millimeters mercury and above. Question, could that be your definition of the word respondent? Yes or no? Yes. Now, yung kalahati naman sa inyo, ang research, diabetes. Question, are you going to use the same definition that they've used, nurses? No. Will you have a different definition? Yes. And you're going to define it depending on how you used it. And that is what we call your operational definitions. But of course, we can also use limited definition. Ano yung limited definition? Pag sinabi nating limited definition, these are the limited definition, conceptual definition, sorry. What is now a conceptual definition? Pag sinabi naman natin conceptual definition, nurses, these are your definitions found in your resource material. These are the definition found in your book, and we usually use conceptual definitions for highly technical terms. We usually, nurses, use conceptual definitions for highly technical terms. For highly technical terms, we usually use the definition found in your resource material. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag? Yes. Now, after now you do, nurses, your definition of terms, then the next step is for you to formulate your hypothesis. Nurses, the next step is for you to formulate your hypothesis. Later on, we're going to talk about hypothesis. After now, nurses, your hypothesis, you may now proceed to your design and planning. And the first step here is for you to select the research design. Here, we're going to talk about the different types of research. At dito, bibigyan ko rin kayo ng kapangyarihan para pagdating sa board, hindi puro kwasay ang sagot mong buwisit ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba? After now selecting the research design, the next step is for you to develop the protocols for the intervention. Next step is for you to develop the protocols for the intervention. Now, always remember, this step is optional. This step, nurse, is optional. Why? Why is it optional? Because this is usually used only for experimental research. This is optional because this is usually used only for experimental research. Now, why experimental? Kasi si experimental lang, nurse, ang may tinatawag na intervention. Si experimental lang ang may tinatawag na intervention. Sila lang ang may tinatawag na manipulation. So meaning, if you're going to give an intervention, if you're going to give a manipulation, then you have to create the protocol. Now, what are protocols? Pag sinabi natin protocols, ito yung gagawin ng lahat ng researcher. Because always remember, sometimes you're not the only researcher. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. So ito yung gagamitin ng lahat ng researcher before the giving of the intervention, during the giving of the intervention, and after giving the intervention to all the subjects. Now, why do you need to do that? Para pare-pares kayo ng ginagawa. Para pare-pares kayo ng ginagawa so that you can prevent bias. Why? Remember, because you're giving an intervention. You're giving a manipulation. So pag hindi kayo pare-pares ng gagawin, magkakaroon ng bias, hindi magiging accurate ang research mo. So you need to create the protocol. So therefore, nurses, if what you're going to do is a descriptive research, Can you skip this step? Again, if what you're going to do is a descriptive research, can you skip this step? Yes, kaya nga optional lang siya. Usually experimental lang yan. Now, so this is now the time that you proceed to the next step. And the next step, nurse, is we to identify the population. Pero dahil masyado yan malaki, nurses, you have to narrow it down. That's why the next step here is we to design the sampling plan. The next step is we to design now the sampling plan. Now, in designing the sampling plan, here, we're going to talk about the two types of sampling. The non-probability and the probability. Dito, may lilinawin tayo. Bakit? Kasi dito, may dalawa kayong pinagbabaligtad sa board. May dalawa kayong pinagbabaligtad dito sa board. Nurses, si stratified at si cluster. So later on, lilinawin natin yan. Para pagdating ng board, hindi ka magkamali. Nagkakaintindihan ba? After now you design the sampling plan, the next step is we to identify the methods on how you're going to measure the research variables. Again, this is now the time. Nurse, hindi ko na kailangan bagalan kasi nurses, hindi ba natin dinidiscuss yan? Rundown tayo. Yung diniscuss ko kanina, nakuha nyo na yun. Nakopya nyo na to eh. Sinasabi ko lang ulit, nagkakaintindihan ba? Sinasabi ko lang kung ano yung magiging discussion natin later on. We're just having a rundown. Again, so the next step is to specify, nurse, the methods on how you're going to measure the research variables. Now, ano po itong methods na to? Itong methods na sinasabi dito, these are actually, nurses, your tools. These are actually, nurses, the tools or the instruments for data collection. These are actually the tools or the instruments for data collection. Ito yung ginagamit nyo so that you can gather data. Dito, we're going to talk about, nurses, the different tools or the methods of data collection. And we are going to discuss, nurse, their limitations. Why? Kasi isa po ito sa lumalabas sa board. In the board exam, you will be given a study, then you're going to identify the appropriate tool that you're going to use, nurses, for data gathering. So we are going to discuss nurses, their limitations. Because if you do not know the limitations, you cannot answer this type of questions. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Yes, so after now nurses deciding on the tool, the next step is for you to develop the methods on how you're going to safeguard the rights of your subjects. Now, ano ngayon ang gusto kong tandaan? Always remember, this is now the one step in research na hindi pa nawawala sa board. Pag sinabi kong hindi pa nawawala, lagi bang lumalabas sa board exam? Yes. In short, lalabas ba ito sa board exam mo? Yes, 101%. Why? Because this is ethics. If we're talking about the rights of your subjects, that is ethics. At ulitin ko, ang ethics never nawawala sa board. So after now you protect the rights of your subjects, then the last step is for you to, nurses, to review and finalize the plan. Pag na-finalize mo na ang research mo, then that is now the time. So nagawa mo na lahat. That's now the time that you're going to proceed to your empirical. In the empirical, the only thing that you need to do here is for you to collect the data and prepare your data for analysis. Here, we're going to discuss the different levels of measurement. Okay? Sila nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. Yun, mabilis lang. Mga 5 minutes, tapos na tayo doon. After now, nurses, ito yung nagsisegregate ka na. Ito yung time na nagsisegregate ka na. After now, nurses, you prepare the data for analysis. This is now the time that you may proceed to your analytic. From the word itself, analyze. So the only thing that you need to do here is to analyze the data and interpret the results. Dito, pag-uusapan natin ang two types of analysis, your descriptive and your inferential statistics. And again, ang inferential statistics, nurses, paborito ng BON. Ito yung sila ANOVA, chi-square, t-test. Again, dito, bibigyan ko ulit kayo ng kapangyarihan. Maliwanag. Again, bibigyan ko ulit dito ng kapangyarihan na para pagdating sa board, hindi ka nanguhulang buwisit ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Now, after now, nurses, you nurses, interpret the results, you may now proceed to the last phase. And the last phase is your disseminating. From the word itself, disseminate. So the only thing that you need to do here, nurse, is to communicate the findings. Meaning, isasubmit mo na ba yan? Yes. I-report na ba yan? Yes. I-review ba yung research mo? Yes. And if they think that the result of your research can be used in practice, then the last step is to utilize the findings into practice. And what do we call again? If you use the latest findings in practice, evidence-based practice. And that will be the end of your research. But that is not our end, ha? That is not our end. Nagwa-warm up pa lang tayo, bes. Nagkakaintindihan. Now, my next question is, given nurses the different steps in the research process, which phase in research do you think the researcher spent most of his time? Which phase in research do you think the researcher spent most of his time? Pag sinabi kong spend most of his time, in short, ito yung nurses phase na nurses pinaggugulan mo ng panahon kasi ito yung phase na pinag-iisipan. Meaning, this is the most tedious phase of the research process. O question, which phase in research do you think the researcher spent most of his time? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Again, which phase in research do you think the researcher spent most of his time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nurse, it's phase 2. Phase 2. Why phase 2? Phase 2, nurse, is the design and planning. O utang na loob. Pag-isip pa lang ng research design, pinag-iisipan na ba yan? Yes or no? Yes. Nag-experimental ka ba? Kung nung nag-experimental ka, gagawa ka pa ng protocol mo. Hindi ba yon? Magpapapilition and sampling ka ba? Hindi ba yon? Nurse, gagawa ka pa ng tool mo. At sisiguraduhin mo dapat yung tool na ginawa mo, masasagot lahat ng research question mo. In short, ito yung tool na pinaggugulan mo ng panahon kasi ito yung tool tuloy. Ito yung phase na pinagugulan mo ng panahon kasi ito ang phase na pinag-iisipan. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag. So this is the most tedious. This is the most rigorous phase in research. Ulitin natin. Which phase in research does the researcher spend most of his time? Phase 2. Again, which phase in research does the researcher spend most of his time? Phase 2. Ulitin natin. Which phase in research does the researcher spend most of his time? Phase 2. And which is the longest phase in research? Which is the longest phase in research? Phase 3. Phase 3 na. Attorney, paano naging longest yan? 2 step lang yan. Oo, 2 step lang yan. Pero dyan ka nagtatagal. Diyan ka nagtatagal. O magkaiba yung tanong ko, ha? Magkaiba yung tanong ko. Ulitin ko. Which phase in research does the researcher spend most of his time? Phase 2. Kasi ito yung phase na pinag-iisipan. But which is the longest phase in research? Phase 3. Dito ka best nagtatagal. Utang na loob. Pag-collect pa lang ng data. Pag-collect pa lang ng data, nagtatagal ka na ba? Yes. Lalo na kung yung data na kukunin mo ay hindi pareho. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Yes, hindi pa yon. Pagkatapos mo mag-collect, nurse, ipe-prepare mo pa for analysis. Ito yung nagsisegregate ka na. O tanong, nagtatagal ka rin ba dyan? Yes, lalo na kung yung bilang mo hindi pare-pareho. Nurses, 200 ang population mo. Nurses, pag bilang mo ng gender mo, 199 lang. Ulit ka na naman. Pag ulit mo, nurses, 201 na. Ulit ka na naman. Again, nagtatagal ka, pero hindi pinag-iisipan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? So, ulitin natin, ha? Which phase in research does the researcher spend most of his time? Phase 2. But which is usually the longest phase in research? Phase 3. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag. Any question? Any question? Wala. So after the break, we're going now, nurses. O para sa mga patay gutom. Yung patay gutom dyan na nagtatanong ng lunch na hayop ka. Alam ko na, amoy mo na yung luto ng nanay mong buwisit ka. O, after the break, we are now going to talk about the problem. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Sige, any question? Wala. Nakakabalaw tayo hanggang dito ha. Mamaya, kumuha na kayo ng oxygen ha. Huwag ka masyado magpakabusog, buwisit ka. Baka antukin ka. Medyo seryoso na po yung pag-uusapan natin. Nagkakaintindihan. Nagkakaintindihan. Sige, sige. Break muna. Lunch break tayo. Be back after 1 hour. Nurses, I will see you after 1 hour. Enjoy your lunch. Sige po. On na po natin cam. Paki-on na po ng cameras so that we can continue. Sige, let's continue na with our discussion. Ready na po tayo? Oy! Yung mga nag-lunch dyan, ha? Diyos ko Lord, ha? Sinasabi ko lang sa'yo. Tulungan mo yung sarili mong buwisit ka. Okay, sige. So let's now discuss nurses research per se. And as I have said earlier, nurses, the first step in your research process is for you to formulate and delimit the problem. Unang tanong, ilan ang nurses, ilan ang hiningi sa inyong topic ng CI nyo? Noong time na nag-research kayo, question, ilan ang hiningin topic ng CI? Yung iba 3, yung iba 5. Nurses, question, madali ba mag-isip ng research topic? Is it easy, nurses? Again, nurses, to look for nurses an appropriate topic for your research? Hindi. So the question now is, since it's not easy, nurses, to nurses choose the appropriate topic for your research, the next question now is, saan tayo pwedeng kumuha ng possible research problem? Nurses, now when it comes to your research problem, nurses, there are what we call sources of your research problems. Now, for the sources of a research problem, nurse, you have the mnemonic, nights. Dalawa yung S, ha? Dalawa yung S, dalawa yung S. Again, you have the mnemonic, nights. Suli natin. What is your mnemonic? Nights. Again, what's your mnemonic? Nights. Now, what are exactly nights? Nurses actually stands for your nursing literature. Nurses actually stands for your nursing literature. Pag sinabi nating nursing literature, ito ba yung mga nababasa mo? Yes or no? Yes. Kakabasa mo ng mga nursing journals, magazines, newsletters. It can give you an idea of a possible research problem. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag? Yes. Pero nurses, tinanong ko kayo, ilan ang hingin topic ng CI? Yung iba 3, yung iba 5. Ang tanong, hindi ba't isa lang? Mahirap na mag-isip. Yes or no? Yes. 3 pa kaya. Lalo na yung 5. So ano ngayon ang tendency ninyo? Your tendency, nurse, is to ask other people. Your tendency is to ask other people. No, don't worry. That is okay. Why? Because these are what we call, nurse, ideas from external sources. These are what we call ideas from external sources. Pag sinabi nating ideas from external sources, ibig sabihin, nurse, hindi siya sa'yo nanggaling. Ibig sabihin, hindi siya sa'yo nanggaling. Meaning, pwedeng ito'y sinuggest sa'yo ng kaibigan mo, sinuggest sa'yo ng kaklase mo, binigay sa'yo ng CI mo, or pwedeng binigay na to sa'yo ng boss mo. Ibig sabihin, for example, nurses, nurses, nagtrabaho ka na, napunta ka sa research department, sabi ng boss mo sa'yo, ito ang topic mo, i-research mo. So, hindi siya sa'yo nanggaling. And nurses, that is okay because those are what we call ideas from external sources. Another nurse we have are what we call a theory. Another source of a research problem, nurses, is your theory. And again, if I'm talking about theory, this could be existing theory. So this could be existing theory, nurse. Nagkakaintindihan, katulad ng binigay ko kanina. Environmental theory ni Florence Nightingale, gusto mong i-assess sa isang situation. That could be a possible research problem. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Or it could be your own theory. Yung mga what ifs mo. Would that be a source of your research problem? Yes or no? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag tayo. Now, aside from theory, we have nurses your E. E naman, nurse, stands for your experience in clinical field work. E naman, nurses, stands for your experience in clinical field work. Pag sinabi natin experience in clinical field work, nurses, ito naman yung naranasan ninyo in your clinical area during the course of your duty. So nakita mo siyang problema, gusto mong pag-aralan, then that is again a source of your research problem. Now, itong lagyan mo ng asterisk, lagyan mo ng asterisk, lagyan mo ng asterisk. Lagyan mo ng highlight, lagyan mo ng highlight. Lagyan mo ng box, lagyan mo ng box. Bilugan mo, guhitan mo. In short, burahin. Why? Question, is it important? Yes or no? Yes, why? Because this is the one, nurses, that is said to be the richest in information. This is the one that is said to be the richest in information. Pag sinabi kong rich in information, ibig sabihin, so nurses, pag sinabi natin rich in information, ibig sabihin dito, mas marami ka bang nakukuha? Yes or no? Yes. Question, ba't marami kang nakukuha? Bakit marami ka nakukuha? Bakit mas marami kang alam? Bakit marami nakukuha? Na-experience mo eh. Naranasan mo. O question, kung naranasan mo siya, mas marami ka bang alam? Yes or no? Yes. Kaya nga, balikan natin. Nurses, what are again the two kinds of research that we usually do? What are again the two kinds of research that we usually do? Nursing research and research in nursing. Ulitin natin. Between the two, anong mas madalas nating ginagawa? Nursing research or research in nursing? Nursing research. Why? Because most of the time, we deal with clinical problems. Bakit? Na-experience mo eh. Naranasan mo. Nagkakaintindihan. Do you see the connection? Do you see the connection? Yes. Kaya nga sabi ko, huwag mong bibitawan yung concept mo. Connected, interrelated ang concepts mo. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag. So, ulitin natin. What is E? What is E? Experience in clinical field work. So, ulitin natin. Ito bang pinakamadalas ginagamit? Yes or no? Yes. Bakit madalas siyang ginagamit? Versus what is experience in clinical field work? Bakit madalas siyang ginagamit? Riches in information. Ulitin natin, bakit madalas siyang ginagamit? Riches in information. In short, mas marami ka bang alam? Yes. So kung mas marami kang alam, mas madalas ba siyang ginagamit? Yes or no? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan na tayo. Maliwanag. Yes. Now, another nurse's source of your research problem is your S. S naman, nurses, stands for your social issues. S naman, nurses, stands for your social issues. Now, what are social issues? Social issues, nurses, are the issues found in the society. These are issues found in the society. Gusto natin pag-aralan because it could affect nurses. Again, the nursing profession. O question, autism. Is autism an issue in the society? Yes. Tanong, pwede ba natin pag-aralan? Yes, because that could affect the nursing profession. Remember, very broad na ang nurses spectrum ng autism mo. Do you agree? Do you agree? Malawak din spectrum, very broad na yan eh. Nurses, dati yung Asperger's mo, hindi yan autism. Hiwalay yan. Ngayon, it is already considered, nurses, as autism under the broad spectrum of autism. Kasi ang Asperger's, yung iba, hindi yung mahahalata eh na may autism sila because they can socialize. Wala lang silang social cues. Very literal sila. Okay? Yung isa kong pamangkin, yung sa Kambal, isa doon may Asperger's. She was just diagnosed recently. Kasi nung pandemic, nung pina-check up ng hipag ko, syempre hindi talaga nakita ng doktor. Ngayon, she was really diagnosed with Asperger's. Pero, pag nakita mo siya, mukha siya normal. Pag nakita kaya, hi, Tita Arlene, hi, ganyan. Yun nga lang, nurses, masyadong matalino. Maloka. As early as 2 years old, nagbabasa na. As in, nurses, as early as 2 years old, nagbabasa. Yung hipag ko, hindi niya nga akalain na nagbabasa eh. Akala niyo nun kabisote lang. Kasi mahilig siya magbasa ng bedtime stories. Kahit nung baby pa sila, infant pa sila, binabasa niya ang bedtime stories. So nung una, akala niya kabisado lang yung bedtime story. Nurses, ngayon, nung bumili ng bagong libro, hindi pa niya binabasa, nagulat siya, binasa na. Nurse, as early as 3 years old, nababasa niya ang salitang neighbor. Diba? Besh, grade 1 na yata ako nung nabasa ko yung neighbor, hayop yan, nagkakaintindihan. Pero hindi yung mahalata. Kasi bakit? Broad na yung spectrum eh. It's not the usual autism na alam natin. Nagkakaintindihan. Na nurses hindi kaya makipag-socialize. Na meron lang primary caregiver. Siya hindi. Kaya niya. Nurses, yun nga lang, nurses, medyo mababang social cues niya. Tsaka grammar Nazi. Nurses, pag nag-wrong grammar ka, i-correct ka niya. Pati pronunciation. Galit na galit siya pag mali ang pronunciation mo. Lalo na di ba yung mga usong kanta dati? Shine bright like a diamond. Besh, galit na galit yung pamangkin ko. Hindi to diamond. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Nurses, so very broad na. So pwede ba natin siya pag-aralan? Yes or no? Yes, because it can affect the nursing profession. Nagkakaintindihan. Alcoholism. Is alcoholism also an issue in the society? Yes. Tanong, pwede din ba natin pag-aralan? Yes. Nurses, alcoholism. Yes. Drug addiction. Yes, because this could affect the nursing profession. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Yes, nagkakaintindihan. So again, this could be also a source of your research problem. And the last nurses that we have is what we call as your scientific research. The last nurse we have is what we call as your scientific research. Now, what are scientific research? Scientific nurse are previous researches. These are already previous researches. Meaning, ito yung ginawa na noon. Ginawa na noon, pero ginagawa ulit ngayon. Bakit ginagawa ulit ngayon? Because there is an innovation, there is a modification. There is an innovation, there is a modification. Now, pero anong gusto kong tandaan mo sa scientific research mo? Always remember, among the sources of the research problem, this is the list that is being used. Inuulit ko, among your sources of research problem, this is the list that is being used. List that is being used. Bakit list being used, nurses? Again, nurses. Again, nurses. Later on, you will know why. You will know why. Why is it the list being used? Basta sa ngayon, ang alam mo lang, this is the list that is being used. Nagkakaintindihan, ginawa na noon, ginagawa ulit ngayon. So ulitin natin. Again, what are again nurses, your mnemonics nurses for your research problem? Sources of your research problem? Nights. Again, what are nights? What are nights? Nursing literature. I. I, ideas from external sources. E, T, sorry. T, theory. E, experience and clinical fieldwork. And S, social issues and scientific research. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Now, pero anong gusto kong tandaan ninyo? Anong gusto kong tandaan? Experience in clinical fieldwork. Bakit nga ulit? Bakit nga ulit? Riches in information. Therefore, dahil rich in information, siya ba pinakamadalas na ginagamit? Yes. Kaya anong mas madalas gamitin? Nursing research o research in nursing? Nursing research. Because again, most of the time, we deal with clinical problems. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag? Yes. Now, sige po, attorney. The next time that I will be doing research, I'll be utilizing na lang po experience in clinical fieldwork since this is the one that is richest in information. Sige, alam mo na ngayon kung saan ka kukuha. But the next question is it easy to formulate a good research problem? Is it easy to formulate a good research problem? No. That's why when it comes to your research problem, nurse, there are what we call criteria of a good research problem. There are what we call, nurse, criteria of a good research problem. And for the criteria of a good research problem, you have the mnemonic SALT-LIN. Again, for the criteria of a good research problem, you have the mnemonic SALT-LIN. Again, what is your mnemonic? What is your mnemonic? SALT-LIN. Again, what is your mnemonic? SALT-LIN. Again, what is your mnemonic? SALT-LIN. Now, what is SALT-LIN? S, nurses, actually stands for your significance of the study. Again, S, nurses, actually stands for your significance of the study. Pag sinabi natin significance of the study, meaning, kung ikaw ay gagawa ng research, dapat bang research na gagawin mo may kabuluhan? Yes. That's why if you could still remember, you created, nurse, your significance of the study. And in the significance of the study, you addressed your significance of the study to different entities. Ang tanong, kanino ba dapat ina-address ang significance of the study? Number one, nurse, we address it to the people. Number one, we address it to the people. Pag sinabi natin to the people, to the people, to the people, ibig sabihin, sila yung target ng research mo. Pag sinabi natin to the people, sila yung target ng research. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Yes. For example, your research is hypertension. Question, kayo na mo i-address ang research mo? Your research is hypertension. Question, kayo na mo i-address ang research mo? Kayo na in-address ang research to hypertensives. Si nurses. So, sino mang may hypertension? Meaning, sino mang may hypertension? Sino mang hypertensive? Dapat ba may mapulot sila sa research mo? Yes or no? Yes. But we do not just address it to the people kasi sila yung target ng research mo eh. But we do not just address it to the people. We also address it, nurse, to the society at large. Again, we also address it, nurse, to the society at large. Pag sinabi nating society at large, ibig sabihin, nurses, hindi sila ang target ng research mo. Hindi sila ang target ng research mo. Pero question, kahit hindi sila ang target ng research mo, dapat ba may makuha ka pa rin? Yes. Bakit? Kasi pwedeng may asawa, anak, magulang, kapatid, nurses, kaibigan, kaaway, who also have hypertension. That's why we also address it to the society at large. And the last, nurse, we address the significance of the study to the profession. The last, nurse, we address the significance of the study to the profession. And again, what is your profession? Again, what is your profession? Nursing. At ulitin natin, what is the ultimate goal of doing research in nursing? Patay tayo dyan, nag-lunch lang sasabunutan ko yung mga bulbul. Hayop kayo. Sabi ko pa naman, wag mong kakalimutan lumalabas sa board exam. Ulitin natin. What is the ultimate goal of doing research in nursing? To improve the practice of nursing. Ulitin natin, what is the ultimate goal of doing research in nursing? To improve the practice of nursing. Oh, walang nursing practice sa board. Client care. Walang client care. Patient care. Walang patient care. Health care. Walang health care. Nursing care. So ulitin ko, nurses, sagot na ba yan? Yes. Pag sinabi kong sagot, mag-iisip ka pa ba? No. Hahanapin na lang ba? Yes. O inuulit ko, lalabas ba yan sa board? Yes or no? Sandali lang ha. Wait lang po. Meron lang ako anin sa law office. Okay, sulitin natin. Again, what is S? What is S? O ba't nawala na yung mga kausap ko? Mga hayop kayo. Ayan na naman tayo. Mga buwisit kayo. Ito po yung mga panahon na kailangan naka-on ng camera mo kasi buwisit ka. Kung hindi, unti-unti ka na namang hihiga sa kama mo. Maya tulog ka ng buwisit ka. Tulungan mo yung sarili mong hayop ka. Remember, research na to. Sasabunutan ko yung mga bulbul nyo. O, nurses, mag-on ng camera. Hoy, kayong mga nakaano dyan, baka akala nyo hindi nyo, anong tawag nito? Itong mga naka-filter. Hoy, kahit naka-filter kayo, alam ko kung natutulog kang hayop ka. Ayusin nyo yung mga buhay. Tulungan mo yung sarili mo, buisit ka. Kahit anong ganun ko dito, pag ikaw tutulog-tulog ka, sinasabi ko talaga sa'yo, ubos talaga yung bulbul mo sa akin, sasabunutan ko yan ng bonggang-bongga. Oh, sige ulitin natin. What is S? What is S? Significance of the study. Kanino mo ina-address? Kanino ina-address? People, society, and the profession. Now, my next question is it easy to create the significance of the study? Question, is it easy to create the significance? Yes or no? Question, is it easy to create the significance of the study? Yes or no? Again, is it easy to create the significance? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes! Why? Utang na loob, besh, sa buong part ng research nyo. Isa po ito sa pinakamadali nyong ginawa. Bakit? Nurse, madali lang gumawa ng dahilan kung bakit mo ginawa ang research mo. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Yes, so ulitin natin. Is it easy to create the significance? Yes or no? Yes, but always remember, makinig ha, even though it is easy to create the significance of the study, always remember, your significance of the study is not your sole criteria. This is only one of the criteria. And nurses, there are still other criteria that you have to consider. And one of which is your letter A. A, nurses, stands for your availability of the subjects. A, nurses, stands for your availability of the subjects. In short, dali lang po ha. Wait lang po. So inuulit ko. Nurses, another thing that we need to consider is the availability of the subjects. Meaning, kung ikaw ay gagawa ng research, kinakailangan ba siguraduhin mong may available subjects ka? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, bakit? Dahil kay subject mo kukunin ng information. Do you agree? Yes or no? Ikaw na ngayon. Yes. O, kapitan mo yung CI mo. Yes. O question, what is GBS? What is GBS? Naglalag na naman ako. Lag ulit? Okay na? Okay na? Sige, ulitin natin ha. Nurses, so gusto mong pakitang gilas sa CI mo. Sabi mo sa CI mo, ma'am, alam ko na pong gusto kong topic, ma'am. I would like to study po GBS. Question, what is GBS? That is your Guillain-Barré syndrome. Question, is GBS a rare disease? Yes. Why? Because the ratio of you having GBS is 1 in 100,000. So that is also a rare disease, parang katulad ng periodic hypocalco. Nurses, the ratio is 1 in 100,000. O question, if the ratio, nurse, is 1 in 100,000, is it a rare disease? Yes. Gusto mo, besh, GBS. O nagpunta ka ngayon ng isang ospital. Walang may GBS. Nakakatatlong ospital ka na. Wala pa rin may GBS. Nakakasampung ospital ka na, bes. Wala pa rin may GBS. Libot mo na yung buong munisipyo nyo, buong city ninyo, buong probinsya mo. Wala pa rin may GBS. O question, is that a good topic for your research? No. Why? Because you do not have any available subjects. So in short, kung gagawa ka ng topic ng research mo, dapat ba siguraduhin mong may available subjects ka? Yes or no? Yes. Kasi sa kanila mong kukunin ng information. Now, so nurses, pero hindi lang din availability ang tinitignan natin. Another thing that we need to consider, nurse, are the limitation of the subjects. Another thing that you need to consider are the limitation of the subjects. Why? Because always remember, each of your subjects, nurse, has certain limitations. Tignan mo, baka mamaya yung subject mo, hindi marunong magsulat, hindi marunong magbasa, hindi marunong nurses magtagalog, o baka nurses, yung hindi nurses no read no write, hindi marunong magtagalog, hindi marunong mag-Ingles, hindi marunong mag-Ilocano, hindi marunong mag-Bisaya, hindi marunong mag-Ilonggo, o baka mamaya yung nakuha mo, bulag, pipi, bingi, o question, do you need to consider their limitations? Yes or no? Yes. So ikaw na ngayon, besh. Nilapitan mo ulit yung CI mo. Sabi mo ngayon sa CI mo, ma'am, sige ma'am, kung ang problema po natin, availability, alam ko na po ang gusto kong pag-aralan. I would like to study na lang po newborns. Yan. You would like to study, nurse, newborns. O question, kung newborns lang ang pag-uusapan, nurses, marami ba yan? Marami ba yan? Yes. But this time, nurse, you would like to study, nurse, newborns who have EBO. Nurses, nurses, ang gusto mong pag-aralan, nurses, is the subjective feelings of newborns after delivery. O bungga kang hayop ka, may makukuha ka ba? May makukuha ka ba? Meron. Ano yon? Uha, uha, uha. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. So you have to consider their limitations. Another thing that we need to consider, aside from limitation of your subjects, is the time allotment and your research ability. So you also need to consider, nurse, time allotment and your research ability. You have to consider time allotment and your research ability. Now, ano yung ibig sabihin? Let's start off with the time allotment. Pag sinabi nating time allotment, you have to consider the time that was given to you for you to be able to finish your research. O very good example. Very good example sa inyo. Tanong, ilang SEM ang research nyo? Dalawa. Di ba? Dalawang SEM kayo. Third year, nurses for second SEM, fourth year first SEM. Am I correct? Am I correct? Yes, buti nga sa inyo dalawi. Nung panahon namin, isang beses lang. Isang SEM lang ang research. Sa isang SEM na yun, dapat tapusin mo lahat. Pero sa inyo, dalawa. Pero, pustahan tayo, besh. Pustahan tayo. Nurses, doon nurses sa first SEM ninyo, sa unang SEM ninyo. Your first SEM is more of discussion. Do you agree? It's more of discussion, yes or no? Yes, nagkakaintindihan ba? Now, nurses, so you really started out with the research process nung sumunod na SEM na, fourth year first SEM. O sabihin natin, nurses, pumasok kayo ng August. Siyempre, pagdating ng August, nurses, hindi pa naman research agad yun eh. Review pa yan. Recap yan. Do you agree? Yes. So you really started out with the research process, nurse, ng September. Okay? So meron kang September, October, November. Pagdating ng December, dapat tapos na yung research mo. Am I correct? Am I correct? Yes. Bakit? Kasi nurses, i-defend mo na yan pagdating ng December. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. So meaning, you barely have 3 months, nurses, to finish your research. So meaning, kung ikaw ay gagawa ng research, dapat ba yung research na gagawin mo, kayang tapusin sa oras na binigay sa'yo? Yes or no? Yes. So ikaw na ngayon, besh. Nilapitan mo ulit yung CI mo. Gigil ka ni. Gigil ka na. Ni-reject na nurse si GBS, ni-reject na sinubord. Sabi mo ngayon sa CI mo, ma'am, sige ma'am, ito na lang po ang pag-aaralan ko, ma'am. I would like to study po alcoholics. Oh, question. Kung alcoholic lang ang pinag-uusapan, marami ba yan? Yes. Oh, who among you drinks alcohol? Walang sumasagot. Totoo nga. That the number one defense mechanism of alcoholic is denial. Hayop ka, nagkakaintindihan ba? Oh, nurses, gusto mo pag-aralan alcoholism. But nurses, what you want to study are the trends of alcoholism. Pag sinabi nating trends of alcoholism, gusto mong malaman kung habang tumatanda ba, lumalakas uminom, o habang tumatanda, humihina uminom. O nurses, ilang SEM lang ang nurses, ilang buwan lang yung research mo, 3, o question, kaya ba yan tapusin sa loob ng 3 buwan? No. Will it take you, nurses, years to finish this type of research? Yes or no? Yes. So kung gagawa ka ng research mo, dapat siguraduhin mong kayang tapusin sa oras na binigay sa'yo. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Pero, hindi lang din time ang tinitingnan natin. We also look into, nurse, your ability to do the research. We also try to look into your ability to do the research. Kaya mo ba talagang gawin yung research mo? So ikaw na ngayon, nilapitan mo ulit yung CI mo. Bakit? Ni-reject na yung topic mo, best. Ni-reject na nurse sa CGBS, ni-reject na sinubord, ni-reject na si alcoholism. Gigil na gigil ka na talaga. Gusto mo talaga magpakitang gilas. Estudyante ka pa lang. Sabi mo ngayon sa CI mo, ma'am, sige ma'am, ganito na lang ma'am. Para maganda ma'am. Huwag ka nang kumontra ma'am, maganda to. I would like to study po cloning. O bongga kang hayop ka. Cloning ang gusto mo. Estudyante ka pa lang. Unang tanong, nurses, Again, in cloning, do we need a lot of resources to do cloning? Yes or no? Yes, nurses. In cloning, nurses. Again, nurses. Again, million ba ginagastos dyan? Yes. O ngayon tanungin kita, as a student, may million ka? Wala. 1,000 nga, hirap na hirap kang hayop ka. O question, kaya mo bang gawin yung research? No. That's why you have to nurses assess your ability. That is the reason why before your research, we usually conduct nurse what we call as your feasibility study. We usually conduct nurse what we call as your feasibility study. So that you would know nurse if you have the ability. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Yes. Now, another thing that we need to consider nurse are the limitation of tools. So another thing that we need to consider are the limitation of tools. In short, kung ikaw ay gagawa ng research, kailangan ba siguraduhin mong nurses may available tools ka? Yes or no? Yes. Dapat ba alam mong tool na gagamitin mo? Yes. Again, and if we're talking about tools, nurses are the instruments for data collection. Again, these are the instruments for data collection. Meaning, ito ang ginagamit ninyo so that you can gather data. Ang tanong ngayon, since nurses, iba't ibang tool na pwede natin gamitin, bawat tool na pwede mong gamitin, may kanya-kanya bang limitation yan? Yes or no? Yes. So the next question now is, ano-ano ang tool na pwede natin gamitin for data gathering? Now, so when it comes to your tools, nurse, meron tayong tinatawag, nurses, major forms, nurses of data collection. Tama ba? Yan. So there are major types, nurse, of data collection. Ano ngayon, nurses? So these are the usual nurses na ginagamit natin so that we can gather data. And what are the usual tools for data collection? Number one, nurse, is what we call as the use of existing data. Again, number one is what we call as the use of existing data. Pag sinabi natin existing, question, what does existing mean? What does existing mean? Pag sinabi natin existing, it is already available. In short, here, you're going to use what is already available. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Yes. Very good example. O nurses, wag na tayong lumayo. Punta tayo nurses sa case pre nyo. Do you still remember your case pre? Nalala ba ang case pre? Yes. Question. Nurse, case pre sa case study ha. It is a case study. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Okay? So it is a form of research. Now question, nung nag-case pre kayo, tanong, did you gather data about your patient? Nung nag-case pre kayo, did you gather data about your patient? Yes. Ang tanong, ano ang ginamit nyo nun so that you can gather information about your patient? Ano ang ginamit nyo nun? Patient's chart. O tanungin kita, bago ka pa mag-duty, nurse, yung chart nandun na ba? Yes. Bago pa kayo mag-case pre, yung information nakasulat na ba? Yes. But question is, did you use it for research purpose? Yes or no? Yes. And that is what we call use of existing data. In short, any form of records, reports, documents, nurse, these are considered existing data. Any form of records, reports, and documents, those are considered existing data. So meaning, pwede yung bang gamitin, for example, ang graph ng DOH? Pwede yung bang gamitin ang graph ng DOH? Yes. Pwede yung bang gamitin ang census ng PSA? Yes, because these data nurse are already available and you can exploit it for research purpose. And these are what we call use of existing data. So again, we're talking about limitations. Here, we use what is already available. Another method of data collection are what we call as short self-reports. Now, what are self-reports, nurse? Self-reports, nurse, are the use of interviews and questionnaires. These are the use of interviews and questionnaires. Again, use of interviews and questionnaires. So these are the use of interviews and questionnaires. So nurses, question now is, interviews and questionnaires, isa po ba ito sa pinakamadalas na ginagamit? Yes, nagkakaintindihan. So this is the most widely used form of data collection. Always remember that this is the most widely used form of data collection. Pag sinabi natin most widely used, ibig sabihin, sila bang pinakamadalas na ginagamit? Yes or no? Yes. So itin ko this is the most widely used form of data collection. Ang tanong ngayon, bakit madalas silang ginagamit? Because always remember, nurse, in self-reports, you can gather data either orally or in writing. Because here, you can gather data, nurse, either orally or in writing. Pag oral, anong tawag natin dyan? Interview o questionnaire? Interview. Pag in writing, anong tawag natin? Questionnaire. Ang tanong ko ngayon, bakit madalas silang ginagamit? Nurses, now, because always remember, your self-reports, nurse, can gather data. Again, it can gather data, it can gather information. Again, it can gather data, it can gather information that cannot be gathered by other methods. Again, it can gather data, it can gather information that cannot be gathered by other methods. Okay na, naglag na naman ako. Okay na? Okay na? So, ulitin ko bakit madalas silang ginagamit? Because again, it can gather data, it can gather nurses, it can gather data that cannot be gathered by other methods. Meaning, kaya niyang kumuha ng information na hindi kayang kunin ng iba. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Yes. Why? Ano usually ang kinukuha ng self-reports mo? Always remember, your self-reports, nurse, usually gathers opinion. Again, your self-reports, nurse, usually gathers opinion. Ano usually yung ginagather niyan? Opinion. O tanong, o question, can you gather opinion, nurse, with the use of existing data? Pwede mo ba tanongin yung patient mo, Sir, ano pong naramdaman ninyo pagkatapos po ng operation nyo? Pwede ka bang sagutin ng pasyente mo, pakitingnan na lang ang chart ko, nandun ang sagot ko. O, pwede ba yon? No! Ano lang ang gagamitin mo? Self-reports. Nagkakaintindihan. Question. Can you gather nurse's opinion just by looking at your subject? Can you gather opinion just by looking at your subject? Saan ka nakakita, Beshi? Tinitigan mo lang ang subject mo. Alam mo na tumatakbo sa isip niya. O, question. Pwede ba yun? No. Ano ang gagamitin mo? Self-reports. Question. Can you gather opinion, nurses, with the use of equipments and gadgets? Can you gather opinion with the use of equipments and gadgets? Yes or no? No! Anong yes? Sige ka, hayop ka. O tingnan mo ako, buwisit ka. Saan ka nakakita? Kinabitan mo lang ng BP up. Alam mo na yung sagot niya. Sir, sige, ganito na lang po. Pag ang systolic niyo po, more than 150, ang sagot niyo po, yes. Pag below po tayo, no. Pag umeksakto po, maybe. O hayop ka. Pwede ba yun? Pwede ba yun? No. So ano lang ang gagamitin mo? Ano lang ang gagamitin mo? Self-reports. Kaya siya ang pinakamadalas na ginagamit. Nagkakaintindihan na ba tayo? Maliwanag? Yes. Now, my next question is self-reports the most direct way to gather data? Is it the most direct way, nurse, to gather data? Yes or no? Pag sinabi ko most direct way to gather data, meaning, is it strong in directness? Yes or no? Yes. From the word itself, nurse. From the word itself. Self-reports. 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 Pag sinabi natin self-report, sino mismong kumuha? Pag sinabi natin self-report, sino mismong kumuha? Anong self? Sige, wait lang. Para nagkakaintindihan tayo. Ulitin natin. Anong subject natin? Sige, para magkaintindihan tayong buwisit ka. Nurses, kung sino-sinong tinuturo mong hayop ka, anong subject natin? Research. Ulitin natin, anong subject natin? Research. Tanungin ngayon kita. Pag sinabi nating self-reports, sino mismong kumuha? Si researcher. Kung sino-sinong tinuturo mong buwisit ka. Ulitin natin. Pag sinabi nating self-report, sino mismong kumuha? Si researcher. Nagkakaintindihan. Ang tanong, kung si researcher mismo ang kumuha ng information, is it direct? Yes or no? Yes. So it is strong in directness. But my next question now is self-reports, nurse, flexible? Is self-reports flexible? Meaning, is it the most nurses, is it versatile? Yes or no? Sige. Let's start with interview. Sige, let's start with interview. Nurses, in interview, ulitin natin. In interview, can you jump from one question to another? Tanong, in interview, nurse, can you jump from one question to another? Yes or no? Yes. Bakit? Nurses, sige, tanungin kita. May mga ini-interview po ba tayo?